Welcome to the sixth and final tournament in the Jack Link's Wild Side Rumble series. Words hard. This time featuring Overwatch 2. We've made our way into the semi-finals today. My name is Marks, casting alongside Tala, or Epitomes. And yeah, we've got the wonderful bracket in front of us right here. We're going to be starting out with our games. Kryix versus Citrus. Then we're going to be moving over to Rizz Academy versus Altiora. And then finally down to that grand finals right after that. Everything is going to be best of 5 here on out. But Tala, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. We are looking at the best of 5 series like you mentioned. And with Citrus and Kryix, we will be starting off on Coliseum, which is a push map. And then after that, we will be then going to a hybrid map, a control map. And if we do get those final 2 maps, Escort and Push, all of these maps being the loser's choice.
Yeah, and it should be pretty exciting. By the way, I just want to remind everybody, if you're feeling a little bit dicey, make sure to type !jerky into the chat to see what type of jerky you roll. I rolled some jerky earlier today and actually got the hickory smoked, and it's pretty darn good. But, of course, if you want to learn more about all of the different types of beef jerky that you can even get, there's even vegan options. Pretty cool. Then head over to jacklinks.ca to see what type of jerky can await you on your jerky-based adventures. That's just off the top of my head. They didn't actually tell us to say that last part there. But, like you said, we're going to be starting out on Coliseum. So, Tala, tell us about Coliseum, because you really like this map.
Well, Coliseum, I think one of its main features is the fact that there's like a lot of high ground, low ground when you're coming into this. Like there is a bridge on top, so you get some of those high ground choke points. And then, of course, the main feature right in the middle is that like Coliseum that just has a lot of these pillars that you can dance around and like a little alcove. So a lot of it is these long sight lines, especially right at the beginning. And then after that, you are playing a lot of that high ground game.
Yeah, and on top of that too, when you think about certain types of team compositions that you might be busting out there, I'd really like to think that this does favor that Winston dive meta. Because that bot can go really quickly from one side to the other, you want to make sure that you're bringing some of these faster heroes in, or try and take advantage of some of those longer sight lines, which tends to lend itself a little bit more towards divey type stuff. So, we will see how this goes. Once again, this is Kryix up against Citrus. Whoever wins here will be able to advance to the finals, but whoever loses, they still get to walk away with $375. Now, we're loaded in, so let's get going. Let's see what these teams want to bring to the table.
Now, looking at the team comps that are coming in, we have 2 Tracers on either side, one on Scissors and the other one on Biblical. It's that Kiriko-Lucio support duo that we've been seeing a lot, and actually a Sigma, which I think is a little bit surprising considering Push always has to have someone repositioning all the time. So having a shield tank like Sigma, it might not be the most optimal.
Now let's see how this one is gonna lend itself to it. Right off the bat, Kryix are just scooting their way in there. They want to be able to put on that forward pressure. Now Amazing does have that railgun nice and charged up. Doesn't find a hit just quite yet. But let's see, Biblical already kind of taking the Tracer 1v1s, but has to be aware that there is going to be a lot of support coming in off to the side. Able to force out that recall. That's not going to be looking good if they want to escape here. But this team fight is still completely underway. Orisa a little bit out of position, but thankfully can get nice and sturdy in order to make their way out of that one. So it is not going to be a decisive team fight, as these people are still going to be going at it. But at any moment now, things should just bust wide open here, Tala.
Yeah, and it's looking like they're trying to isolate this Orisa. The tanks are just fighting in the alcove while the supports get taken down. We actually see the Kiriko being taken out by Scissors, and Scissors finds another onto Danny, and Floomfies is on his way down, last player standing for Citrus as Kryix takes control of that point, now pushing towards Citrus's spawn side.
Yeah, and it looks like Scissors really just cut open the defense there from Citrus. Citrus, as soon as Scissors was able to find a couple of those kills, it just all fell apart, and already got that pulse bomb online. Now on the lurk, trying to maybe find a target here, but Biblical is forced into recall already. This is such a forward momentum here, but already the Sojourn is going to be down, and it's all falling apart for Citrus. Kryix just moving their way forward. A pulse bomb just for good measure to take that Orisa out of the equation, and they're crumbling like a bunch of jerky just falling over inside of the package. That was a stretch.
Yeah, just a little bit. But I mean, they are already pushed so far. Like, they are staring into Citrus's spawn, even though they haven't even gotten that first checkpoint. They are right about to, but it doesn't seem like there's much that can be done by Citrus. They have that Kitsune rush up, but they're trying to focus down the Kiriko. She's able to release the Kitsune rush at the very least, and Citrus get themselves back into the first spawn and get that robot back over to their side, but they are 60 meters behind from that first checkpoint.
Whew. And Citrus, they're able to convert the team fight here, but yeah, like you said, a lot of ground to cover. Most importantly, Kryix, though, not able to actually activate that checkpoint there. So the butt scratch not online, which means that Citrus are still very much into this. Plus, they do have a couple of ultimates. They have to be careful, though, because Kryix are coming into this with quite a few ultimates of their own, Tala.
Kryix, they have that railgun, the overclock, and the Kitsune rush, as well as the gravitic flux. Oh, but they do take down the Kitsune rush. Kiriko now out of play, staggering the support spawn, so they have to really rely on that Lucio, who doesn't have the best burst healing here, and that's going to be the tank going down without the Kiriko to pocket. So now it's going to be looking like a regroup for Kryix, while Citrus is allowed to just push freely.
Yep, a little bit of a Sojourn 1v1 happening onto the point, but thankfully there is also a Tracer in the back line. Amazing can't make its way out of that one. And now the forward pressure is continuing to mount. Citrus looking like they will be able to tie things up, if not make it to the checkpoint, which is going to be devastating for Kryix to try and recover from. And it looks like that butt scratch gets contested here. Kryix able to make their way in, 4 ultimates on a line, waiting for an opportunity. It's going to be first the Kitsune rush online here, as we see that Biblical is trying to get something into the backline. Zeb able to get one, and now the sound barrier comes out yet again, just trying to even out the field. But Kryix, they still think this one is winnable, committing one of their own. Now it's going to be an overclock online as well. Let's see if Amazing can make this one work, but getting so much pressure from this Orisa, not able to find any kills here as the wall riding Lucio sneaks his way into the back line. It's absolutely scrappy, but Amazing able to find one. Scissors good with another, and now Amazing is looking for yet more as the Lucio flies across the screen. And looks like Citrus are not going to be able to win this team fight out as Kryix finally flipped the bot around.
Yeah, but they do get that forward spawn, right? They have the checkpoint already down, take the lead from Kryix, and now they just need to push all the way back here. And they're trying to go for it again. There's a Kitsune rush from Z-Man, and it's allowing them so much attack speed. It's forcing Kryix back, and they're fighting for the robot once again. They have control, and they're allowing it to push forward towards Kryix's side.
Yeah, Citrus not done with things yet. Finding so many picks and being able to stagger them out is going to make things a lot easier for them to move forwards. The butt scratch has been activated, so now they can continue to just march forwards towards it. There's still 5 minutes left on the clock, so they should still... This isn't over for Kryix just quite yet, but they need to start getting a bit more of their momentum back over Tala.
Yeah, and Kryix, I mean, they are getting focused down so well, especially on those supports. They have been able to take down Kurova, and that's the main source of burst healing, so it's easier to take down Opia, and that's their tank. And Scissors, ooh, going down in the Tracer 1v1. Strider trades that one back here, but there's a Pulse Bomb. It doesn't get stuck onto anything, so Biblical missing out on a little bit of damage, but still just trying to harass, especially this Kiriko. Getting rid of that support is so important, and now both tank and support down.
Yep, okay, that's going to be finally Kryix able to win things out yet again. This is because of Scissors. Scissors just coming up absolutely massive, able to as well force out the Terra Surge. Zeb, a little bit disconnected from the team, thought that they could get everybody into that, but unable to successfully find any picks. And as a result, it was just easy for Scissors to clean things up. Now, this is going to be contested back at there, but the forward spawn is lost. Floomfy, there we go, looking for an opportunity very close to the sound barrier as well. Just has to be careful not to get picked off first. Thankfully, the Tracers are going to be off on their own. A little bit of an opportunity, getting close. It's going to be the overclock coming online for Amazing, looking for it. Now just opening things up, so forward thinking, just moving things forward into Zeb. The sound barrier not able to come online in time to save their tank, but Biblical in the backline, able to find one. Kitsune Rush online. Now Amazing is trying to take it home, says, look at me, I am the better Sojourn here. And it's going to be an absolute brawl once again, resuming onto the point, but it is going to be Kryix coming out on top yet again. And I do really have to commend Strider and Amazing for putting out so much damage on that team fight.
Definitely taking down both of the supports at the same time, that Lucio and the Kiriko. It's just so important, especially when you're going for a pick like Tracer, who really needs to go for the flanks and be able to harass especially that tank as well. There's a Kitsune Rush to come out. There's a sound barrier online as well. Ooh, nice shot from Kurova to take down Biblical. So that's a Tracer out of the round. And now we also have this Levitic Flux that came out. Sound barrier still available, but Opia takes down Danny. DPS out of the fight once again. Biblical has to make do, but even then, just can't seem to get the damage down just yet.
Oh no, they push him all over the edge. Okay, they actually secure the kill first, but Citrus are looking to restabilize here. Amazing is going to be the next victim of Biblical, and finally Strider gets got in the back. A little bit scary there, but Citrus able to stop them before they were able to actually match their checkpoint. The Kryix were able to generate quite a bit on their own. Scissors now swapping over from the Tracer onto the Echo. Potentially looking for a little bit more burst damage. Biblical already falling extremely low. Attaches the pulse bomb onto the Sigma. Not able to secure any kills though, as they just run Sigma down. Now, they're going to be going in here, Zeb, in a little bit of a bad spot. The sound barrier going to come online for Kryix. Terra Surge is going to be online, but they're not going to be able to find anything. Doesn't matter. Just going to use the spear instead and just gun him down. Citrus still looking like they will be able to win out this team fight. Now the spear back online, but such a good shield dance coming in from Opia. Let's see if they can stay out of here, and look at that. Karova comes alive, finds Stu, wins that one out while keeping Sigma alive. That's a good team fight from Kryix.
They're actually switching on to the Echo, which is a pretty interesting pick to give yourself a little bit of that vertical mobility, but they do have the Sojourn on the other side, so that hit scan can be a little bit difficult for Echo to contend with. Now trying to contest the forward spawn once again. They're almost gaining on the, but only 60 seconds left over. Kryix needs to contest this, or else it's just going to be an early loss for them. Kitsune Rush once again activated. Graphitic Flux comes online, trying to harass as the sound barrier goes out, and now it's a Kitsune Rush on the other side, but nice picks for Kryix in order to allow them to push forward just a little further.
And here we're going to be actually seeing Kryix be able to get the lead. Opia really pushed up here, but does have the Flux online, looking for an opportunity to do it. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush that comes out first, but everyone gets lifted up into the air. It is just the Orisa, but let's see if it's going to be enough. We're going to have a duplicate online as well, as that Echo is going to be duplicating the Orisa. Now there's two tanks on the battlefield for Kryix. The picks are trading out pretty evenly here, but it's going to be the supports that are going to be the most important part. Opia able to find one. Zeb finally takes the rival Orisa out of the equation, but still it's looking good for Kryix to have to deal with. A little bit of a Tracer and a Lucio shouldn't be too much of a problem, as these forward spawns are going to definitely favor Citrus here. Now, they're going to be able to move things forward. We are into overtime, and just like that, Kryix, they win that one out against Citrus, taking it first to 1-0.
That was really well fought by both of these teams, especially down to those last minutes. Strider as Lucio getting the play of the game, another support, the OTG. And I think this is I'm not sure. This is actually when Citrus was very close to taking the lead here, and Strider just getting all that damage down onto the Kiriko. Yeah. And I mean, that first map, I think there were some good adjustments coming out, especially with the Echo in this fight, having that extra tank when she did decide to duplicate the Orisa instead to bring a little bit of extra damage, since Tracer was trying to put out so much damage on Biblical, and just throwing out that pulse bomb, having the Echo duplicate someone with a little bit more health, be a bit more of a meat shield, just is really important and crucial in those really stressful moments.
Yeah, and actually, one person that I didn't think was going to make as much of an impact as they did is Opia as well, playing that Sigma. First of all, able to stay alive for long periods of time, but able to just soak up and mitigate a lot of the damage that was coming through, keeping the team alive, allowing those DPS to be successful. Of course, we could talk about Scissors being so successful not only on that Tracer, but like you said, the Echo as well. But at the same time, having that core around Opia, just being able to stay alive, and also too, just set up those shields, use that Gravitic Flux in honestly pretty decent scenarios, just allows the DPS to really just thrive. So great stuff coming out from that first map, and our second map now is going to be a hybrid map. It is the loser's choice here, so let's see what Citrus want to be pulling out. There's a lot of different hybrid maps that can kind of come through here, and I'm a little worried. Last time we saw one of these other teams pick a map for the other team, well, it was kind of a stomp on King's Row. So let's see if that happens again, but I don't want to jinx anything just quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, King's Row is definitely a really fun map to be playing on. In terms of hybrid maps, what do we have in play? I'm trying to think of all the ones that exist. So we got King's Row, right? We also have
You want me to list through them? Yep, you got it.
We got Hollywood, Midtown, I believe, Paraiso?
Yes,
Crazy.
that is the other. That one's really hard to say. In your defense, that is really hard to say.
How do they say it in the game? Because they say Esperanza instead of Esperanza.
Yeah, I think it's Paraiso, but I've also heard Paraiso, but I don't think that one's right. I think that was like retconned pretty early on in the map's life cycle, back when it was still on the beta. But yeah, there's a lot of different options to pick from. I would imagine that, especially too, as some of these players are coming from a little bit more of that Overwatch 1 traditional background, they might stick to their guns, pick something that's a little bit more familiar, pick one of those classic maps, but at the same time, if we saw Midtown or Paraiso, then I think that that would be a really interesting thing. I mean, obviously we know how Midtown kind of looks, but I'd be very curious to see Paraiso.
Yeah, I mean, Paraiso is, I feel, a very good Widow map. I say that hesitantly because after that first control point, it is a little bit more difficult to be able to keep that up, especially on the defensive side, but there is a lot of high ground that can be stood on top of, because Paraiso is one of those, like, I'm not really sure how to describe it. Lots of colorful buildings of varying shapes and sizes.
They are very colorful.
And how, like, yeah, and how like some of them have like sloped ceilings. Yeah, there's none of that in Paraiso. It's like Paraiso, it's mostly just like standing. But now it's King's Row. We're back to King's Row.
Back to King's Row. King's Row supremacy. Every team loves playing King's Row. This is the one that goes all the way to the end every single time. It's stored better than like a piece of beef jerky that Jack Links has provided. So make sure to go to jacklinks.ca. Hey, that counts as the jerky funds. Okay, Tala, you really have to step it up yesterday. I know you had a really good one at the end, but like all the rest of them were my flailings on the ground trying to make beef jerky puns. So I'm really gonna lean on you today to pick up the beef today.
Yeah, you were flailing for those puns, like how they flail the beef jerky.
Did they flail beef jerky?
Sorry. I don't know. How do they make jerky?
Don't they just like dry it out in like really hot temperatures for a really long time?
Oh, I guess.
Nah, they pound it with a giant medieval flail. I like that imagery better. But okay, let's go. We're King's Row now. Very interesting. We're not seeing any Reinhardts come in. Usually, King's Row, traditionally the home of Rush, but this might just be a little bit of a comfort pick for both these teams.
We do see the Sigma come out again. The Echo is also in full force. On the other side, it's still the Tracer, still the Orisa, still that support duo, and they're already being forced off at this point. They haven't been able to hold that first choke. They weren't in position. They're just really backing off here, but they're actually not able to get tick onto the control point just yet. So we do see that the Echo getting a lot of damage off. They're forcing them now. A single tick up onto the point as well, and they're trying to get them all to back off. Scissors is actually just taken out of the fight, and now Biblical on the flank as well, just trying to harass those supports and get those flankers out.
Yeah, Biblical doing a really good job of putting that pressure onto the Kiriko into the back line here. Let's see if Kurova actually gets a kunai off, and actually, Citrus not able to fully capture here. So Kryix, they solved for just enough that they're able to actually get the Kitsune Rush online. Now they're moving things forward. We see Citrus go for the disengage, which is so painful because they were so close to getting that online. Meanwhile, Scissors swapped onto the Reaper as well. Danny still trying to just put on the damage into the back line, able to at least find Scissors here. And now it's going to be a rivaling Kitsune Rush from Citrus, able to move things forward. The Lucio falling extremely low. Strider's going to be out of the fight, and next up is Opia. And just like that, Citrus, they recover as well. Kryix not able to fully push them off, and as a result, they're going to be starting to move that payload forwards.
Oh, Danny is really good on the tracking right now. Able to get a lot of those picks down and already push them very, very far back. And it's just going to be an easy escort as Kryix decide to regroup all the way back in their spawn. Try and fix what was wrong. Scissors has actually gone for the pick of the Reaper. So that's going to be incredibly interesting to see if they can get into some good positions behind the Sarissa, especially because of that Javelin spin, being able to create so much space and block a lot of damage.
That's a really good pick because now they don't have to worry about the backline being harassed, and Opia is just going to move that W key forwards. See how it goes. They're able to actually push them out before the arches, which could be really good defensively. Citrus making the wise move of actually deciding to disengage. You know, let's get Biblical back in here. And honestly, Biblical has been doing a really good job of keeping Kryx's support line in check. Recall has already been forced. Opia under a lot of pressure, getting pushed aside. Gonna go for the Gravitic Flux. Sees if they can get anything, but really just not trying to kind of fly away. It's gonna be met actually with a sound barrier, and now it's gonna be an overclock into the back line from Danny, putting on a lot of damage as well, but Biblical is running havoc in the back while Danny finds one. Scissors, though, isn't done just quite yet. Lets it rip, finds two in the back line with the Death Blossom, and now this might be a little bit more winnable, but they have to be a little bit careful. Danny has been absolutely deadly with this railgun, and there's still a Tracer alive on the point as well. So Kryix are gonna GG go next, back up, get the squad together again before they try and contest this point. But Strider, such a late pick.
Yeah, and that's going to stagger the support really, really far behind the rest of the team, and they're still pushing that payload forward. It seems like they are saving that sound barrier for whenever Opia does decide to pop the Gravitic Flux as well. We have a Terra Surge available on Zeb to create a little bit of space in the front line, but Biblical does go down. Danny's brought down real low as well, and they're just being pushed so far forward, especially with this Reaper in close quarters. Terra Surge is not channeled for long enough, doesn't get any damage or kills, and now it's just Citrus being focused down in this little room. Is actually able to get out of it with a little bit of a cheeky hello emote, but Scissors just cleans that one up.
Wow. And honestly, this is one of the issues with Zeb playing that Orisa. It can just force positioning, right? And the thing is, too, you know, you talk about that Terra Surge not being used long enough. That's something that the Cleansing Suzu actually brings to the table when you do have a Kiriko on there. Your team's actually able to escape a lot quicker. They're not slowed down by that Terra Surge, and so as a result, you just kind of want to pop it quick. Suzu is such a big volley to so many ultimates, but now, it is going to be a Kitsune Rush online. Kryix looking for the opportunity. Never mind, it's going to be both sides, but Amazing already finds Zyman with a headshot, and so those gates are going to be lined up almost symmetrically, but they're going to be moving in, and this is going to be Kryix moving things forward. This dive composition has been working a lot better for them, being able to dismantle the backline, and so Citrus, they need to start to figure something out because this has been 2 consecutive team fight losses.
Ooh, and Opia actually pulls out the Winston here, so really diving onto that back line. I mean, it was Amazing that was able to get that first pick with that railgun, but I mean, onto Z-Man, but the Winston definitely helps with the follow-up after that first support goes down, and Scissors in a really interesting position. Potential flake, but no, just immediately shot out. That was really nicely done by Danny, but so many ultimates now being used, sound barriers on both teams, as well as the overclock and the primal rage. Only Death Blossom remaining as an ultimate available. All enemy Death Blossom also very close.
Yeah, and look at this, Opia in such a good position to just zip-zap the back line here. Roadhog out of position and eventually gets taken out. A Death Blossom finally comes online. Biblical good with 2, but Scissors trades it right back. Floofy ready for the punish as well, but now there's only a Lucio on point, and that's just going to be monkey business as Opia pushes him all the way back. Kryix still hanging on here.
Yeah, nicely done from Kryix in this fight as well. And that Kiriko, obviously, if you want to take out this Whiston, it's that Kiriko that needs to go because of the amount of burst healing, the cleansing as well that can come out of this. And now it's a Roadhog from Zeb. That's really interesting. They're trying to isolate targets now and pull them towards themselves so they can get onto that payload instead, or maybe hook people off the point. But taking a breather is Zeb, having to back off. It's okay. Whole Hog has been activated, taking another breather, and Winston goes down.
Yeah, that's not going to be too good here. This could be the moment that Citrus are able to get the second checkpoint. They're looking for it. The hook just misses Rymazing. Rymazing is scooting away, but doesn't matter. Gets taken out by that massive shotgun. Now Strider's the last person on the point. And Citrus, they're able to keep this one alive just for a second, as they should be able to get the second checkpoint. But they're going to have one more recontest coming in from Kryix. The Monkey as well as the Reaper looking to go in there. Never mind. They actually choose to disengage. They say, let's take this third point. We're more confident in this one. And let's let that team fight just kind of boil out, and so we can get a clean one on this next one.
Yeah, now just all regrouping, trying to get in good position. Scissors is on the high ground while Rymazing just spams down with the railgun. Gets a lot of damage here. Overclock now activated. So much ultimate charge being found, but unfortunately only able to find one. Enemy Overclock popped as well. Citrus finds something. Danny goes down though. Overclock not finding anything. Rymazing even without the ultimate. 2 clean shots onto the enemy, and now it's just another one team fight for Kryix.
Yeah, and that's gonna be amazing coming out from Rymazing. Just so clean on that. Able to shut down the Sojourn first of all, but keeps that one contested. Now Citrus, they do have that sound barrier as well as Biblical being so close to this Death Blossom. And if that comes alive, that could be a really big momentum shift. Zeb now back onto the Orisa as well, moving things forward, looking potentially to try and stop that Death Blossom from being so darn effective. But still, here we go. The Death Blossom comes in there. Biblical able to find Scissors, but nothing more than that. Never mind. Gets Opia as well mid-air, and now Citrus are going to have a chance to move things forward. We're down to the last 10 seconds here. This is going to be overtime if they are able to cap it out with Kryix. They have a couple of ultimates online. Let's see how this one goes. Z-Man also very close to having that Kitsune Rush online as well. Now, it's going to be the Disruptor Shot going in there. It's going to be a little bit of a brawl inside, which works out very well. The Kitsune Rushes are going to be dueling, going at a nice 90 degrees, but it is actually going to be the Death Blossom that doesn't find anything. Now the sound barrier delayed might actually be good for Kryix, giving them a little bit more health than they initially thought. And now Scissors tears through Biblical, looking for everybody else. Has that Orisa in the sight lines. They do lose their Lucio, but not the biggest pain in the world. Oh man, everybody is falling so low here, but they're not able to secure any of the kills. Citrus actually coming out on top. Now Opie is the only one left. Has to pop the Primal Rage. Finally, Danny's able to go down, but nobody's touching this cart. They might be able to just walk in, and finally Strider able to walk back into this. Opia takes out Z-Man in the back, which might make this a lot more possible. Now Zeb going to be the last remaining person standing onto the cart. There's not enough time. Biblical coming back, but immediately taken out. It stopped right before checkpoint number 3. Kryix, they hold strong.
That was so incredibly close, and even though Opia was getting so many picks with the Primal Rage, they weren't touching the cart, and it was so stressful in those last few moments getting so close to that last checkpoint. And now Kryix, they have a long way to go here. They contested really nicely, especially on that second checkpoint, to make sure that they were down to just the very last second, and they didn't have enough time to push that third checkpoint. But still, like, I think it's just like 5 meters away from that very, very last endpoint. So, I mean, Kryix, I'm not sure what they can bring out here. That Winston was a good answer and response to what Citrus was throwing at them. But on the attack, can Winston have that same effect here, diving into that back line when they do have this Reaper as well? And I feel like that's going to be a huge counter to just being able to harass your backliners, harass those supports. And since they have a Lucio as well, a little bit more mobility as well as the little boop that he can give you to get you away, it's not going to be as effective as it could be.
Yeah, but you know what? With I just want to circle back to one of your points there about not being able to complete the map. What this really does is it sets a win condition for Kryix. If they more or less complete the map, then they're able to take map number 2, putting themselves in a great position to potentially get Citrus out of here without giving up a single map. Regarding that dive composition, I think it should still work. The question is, will Biblical be able to shut down Opia? That Reaper is so painful to play against, especially when you are playing that Winston. So, all ready to go for the rotation around Hotel, and now we're just focusing things down. Opia immediately falling super low, but it's already just going to be an all-out brawl on the site. Scissors is going to be the first one down, Opia next. This is going to be a GG go next. Let's reset that, Kryix, and see what you got next time.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to cut out anything for Kryix, so they're just going to regroup back there. I mean, earlier Kryix was definitely able to, or Citrus was able to get a lot more of an earlier lead, and Kryix is struggling a little bit on this first point, but they should be able to make it past just a little bit. They're able to get past the first choke, but still dancing around the statue here. And Kryix, they're looking like they struggle a little bit by trying to get themselves into position on the point. Citrus still playing very forward position, but Zeb going down. No tank, and Danny is very close to follow. Ooh.
Oh, it's so clean. Scissors just goes in directly into the backline, and being able to mitigate so much of that damage that Danny was doing onto a lot of their supports is just so key, because then that way, you know, you force the Sojourn away, you force a little bit of peel really far backwards, leaving kind of your Orisa out to dry. So Kryix more than happy to just capitalize on that one. While they get this, look at that, they're holding so far forwards, and honestly, they captured that really quick, so that cart's going to be moving. But this team fight, not even just quite over yet. Okay, Kitsune Rush, going to be coming in online from both of these sides here, but it is going to be the Terror Surge that actually makes the difference, as well as a Sound Barrier comes out from Citrus. It might have been a little bit too much, but they are able to win that one out. A very expensive fight from Citrus. 4 ultimates.
Yeah, that was a little bit overkill. I mean, Biblical does have the Death Blossom very soon, and Kryix didn't actually lose much. Only Opia and Scissors went down, and now they both have 3 ultimates online, the Sound Barrier as well as the Death Blossom, but Scissors actually taken out of the fight once again very quickly. Opia getting healed up quite a bit by the team, so it's not much to worry about. They still have the tank, still looking to regroup once again and push that payload, but Citrus pushing forward, holding very far on that first checkpoint. Biblical with the Death Blossom, even though it's the only ultimate alive, Biblical is still able to find so much here, and Danny as well onto Scissors. Kryix are struggling to regroup.
Yeah, Strider used the Sound Barrier to try and contest it, but got taken out mid-hop, I guess that's what you could call it, mid-cast, I don't know, but regardless, Strider just lost that Sound Barrier without getting any of its benefits. This is a very forced hold here. Kryix popped in that Primal Rage now, able to move things forward. Finally, they take one out. They have to be careful though, because Biblical still in the backline on this Reaper has been really shutting down so much, and now they're finally able to move things forward. Scissors now going into the backline, and now it's going to be Kryix just running over, taking a big old bite out of Citrus as if they were a piece of beef jerky.
Damn, you really left them out to dry, just like how they make beef jerky.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for also engaging in this jerkery, you know? Was that too much? That might have been too much.
Wow, these are some great jokes.
Oh, jerky moment. Hang on. Okay, here we go.
Oh. Yeah, hold on. He's going to be chewing on that. So while he does that and just takes a huge bite out of that hickory smoke jerky, we're going to be looking at a Turret Surge coming out from Zeb. Pop very quickly. Not much can be found. Scissors actually doesn't get anything out of this Death Blossom. 2 Kitsune rushes on the field as the Sound Barrier comes down for Flumpy. Rymazing also has the overclock but doesn't get a chance to use it as they're just pushing forward into the team with both supports down. It's easy to shred out the DPS, and Opia is out of position so far, has to put down that bubble, retreat back into spawn, wait for the regroup, but the rest of the team, they are just so far away from the payload, and Citrus has pushed them back into the arches and the choke again.
Okay, and we're seeing Scissors back onto the Echo. I don't know if I agree with this, but it is going to be Kryix going to their, honestly, tried and true method. They're hoping to get something out of it. Oh, great accretion coming out actually from Opia. Able to shut down the Death Blossom before it gets too dangerous. Now it is going to be the Sound Barrier as well as an overclock online, and this is going to be Kryix moving things forwards. Scissors must be a comfort pick onto this Echo because we do see him getting a lot of value out of it, and on top of that too, always a late swap when things just don't seem to be working.
Yeah, I feel like this Echo isn't really best in slot for anything, just because of the way that Overwatch 2 team compositions work, but it's definitely looking like a comfort pick for Scissors. Is able to have that upward mobility, dish out a lot of damage as well, and that ultimate just gives you whatever you're missing in that team fight. You can duplicate a support, duplicate a healer, and it's just looking pretty nicely done from Kryix so far as they try to push onto this checkpoint, right onto that last one. Gravitic Flux comes out, but unfortunately is not able to be completed. The Kitsune Rush also on the field, and just as it runs out, we hit the 60-second mark.
Oh, and it's so painful. There's only a couple meters away. They were able to get this one, but Kryix, thankfully a lot of them still alive. Grova really close to the Kitsune Rush. I imagine we're going to be seeing it here on this fight. He's like, go get damage so I can heal you up. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Kitsune Rush going to be online. Terra Surge met, but they're able to get out thanks to a Suzu. It's going to be a sound barrier though from Citrus as Biblical goes in deep trying to get something, but Kurova doing a really good job of keeping everybody alive while throwing those kunais. Uh-oh, that might have been a little bit of a misclick. It's going to be a Lucio duplicate coming in here, but that sound barrier could be absolutely key to keeping everybody alive, and it'll do just that. Amazing lighting up the kill feed as Scissors is going to be frogging around the point, pushing people around and getting a lot of damage in. That's going to be more than enough to make sure that this is going to be a team fight one for Kryix.
Ooh, I mean, the Lucio was probably a little bit of a misclick, but they got that sound barrier up so quickly, and I feel like that was monumental in just switching around the momentum of this fight, being able to get all the teammates up to full health and taking a little bit of pressure off of healers as well. And I don't know if speed boosts stack, but if they do, then that could have been absolutely broken.
Yeah, they basically get a Kitsune Rush with 2 Lucios. I don't think they stack.
Yeah.
Okay, it's go time. We're going to be seeing Rymazing try and light up the kill feed yet again. It's going to be a sound barrier from Strider to make sure that this is going to be an easy team fight win. Those are going to be 2 ultimates, and well, let's hope that it's going to be enough because Danny is going to have the overclock of their own. Biblical getting really close to that pulse bomb, and Z-Man extremely close to that Kitsune Rush. This is going to be a really tough but defining team fight for Kryix to win if they're able to do so.
Kryix just kind of trying to sit on the high ground, and they're actually spawn camping Citrus a little bit, not letting them out, but there's the overclock to come out again. The Gravitic Flux maybe can be completed this time around. Scissors actually not able to be taken out, and there's still that harassment from above with the Echo. Both Kitsune Rushes on the field. There's the Pulse Bomb to try and find something, as well as the Terra Surge, but neither of them find picks. It's Scissors and Rymazing all the way, just finding all of this damage and all of these picks.
That's going to be a sound barrier. Citrus have to make sure that they can still try to win this one out, but there's just so much damage coming through. As long as they keep their Orisa alive, then I think it's going to be contestable. Let's see how that goes. A Pulse Bomb was eaten up earlier by Opie. Now, the team is coming back here. It's going to make things a lot more difficult, but now a duplicate is going to be online, and you can tell Scissors is just looking for it. Goes for it, now gets actually the Kiriko. Going to be trying to keep Rymazing alive. Does get taken out, but it's all good in the hood because this is going to be the win for Kryix. Melting one down, and just like that, Kryix, they take it 2-0 against Citrus, but we're not done yet because this is now a best of 5.
Yeah, and now on this third map, once again, it is going to be loser's choice. But here's Rymazing as Sojourn. I feel like just dishing out a lot of consistent damage. Not really like the Echo, but it's just so consistent, right? You can always rely on Rymazing to be taking them down low. And Scissors, especially when on that Reaper, having the Death Blossom online, you have a DPS that gets them low, and the other one just finishes them off with that Death Sentence that is a Death Blossom.
Yeah, I mean,
that is a lot of ways to say
you
that.
said that many times, but that's what happens when you have an emo character like Reaper into the game. But we're going to be seeing now our meaty moments. Honestly, a lot of really good Sojourn play coming out from both of these teams, but of course, you know, talking about Scissors, talking about Biblical, kind of more flexible DPS players, really making an impact on how these teams actually were able to win things out against one another. Great stuff going in there, and honestly, like, it seemed like it was like very heavily favored one side, and then it would swap over and be very heavily favored the other side. But that's also just kind of the game of Overwatch, right?
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, they were at many points in the game just playing mirror compositions with only the difference being the tanks. And I feel like it wasn't really a huge difference maker a lot of the times. I mean, this Roadhog, especially when pushing this second checkpoint from Zeb, that was some really impressive play there, especially since they were just dancing around the payload they had to contest. So having that shotgun nearby, you don't need the long range contesting. And the Roadhog also able to pull people off the payload, off the point, and make sure that they can't contest. Get them down real low so they have to go back for those heals. And it's just really nicely done from both of these sides. Citrus almost had it. They almost had it right to the very end. Yeah, but it just wasn't enough. And Kryix were able to win this one out. And I think I'm actually just very impressed by the Echo pick, because when you think about what's meta, you don't really think of the Echo, right? But then you have Scissors coming out, and it's just so nicely done, even though they, I think, accidentally duplicated healers twice.
I mean, that second one, I'm not too sure that was an accident, because earlier we saw that there was a Sojourn standing right beside a Lucio, and I'm pretty sure the aim was like, let's get Sojourn, get an overclock, toss out a disruptor shot, it'll be great, but instead got the Lucio. And you know what, honestly, that sound barrier that came in from the duplicate was so key for them to be able to win that second point, just having that extra padding of health. But, well, we've got one more map potentially, if we do get to see Kryix close it out. And next up, we are going to our control map, and it's going to be the lovely Busan. It's a great map, and it is going to be controlled. But Tala, tell us a little bit about Busan before we get into it.
Busan is the one with...
It's the one with Mecha Base, it's the one with Sanctuary and downtown.
Okay, yes. I mean, Busan is, I mean, definitely Mecha Base is one of those tougher control maps, especially if you don't get the early advantage, because you kind of get corralled into those hallways. Even if you try to take the high ground, you're really out in the open as well. And it's the one with like the walls that go up and down, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so that one is definitely really interesting, especially for, I feel like, Lucio players to be able to ride off those walls, since it's such a dynamic terrain for them. And it also gives you a lot of cover when the walls are going up and down, and sometimes you just don't get any cover. And I mean, Busan, I think, doesn't really favor as much that verticality as other maps. Mecha Base does a little bit more, but I feel like City Center, or is it City Center, or is it called Downtown? Yeah, okay. And Downtown also gives you a little bit more flexibility in the choices of DPSs, but in Mecha Base, it's just like close quarters combat a lot of the time.
Yeah, and honestly, with a lot of these control maps, you know, that's kind of the style that they're built with. You want to be able to see these different compositions kind of come in there to see how teams are a little bit more flexible. But I'm going to be honest with you, we probably still will be seeing that Sojourn come in. I definitely do get the feeling, though, that Kryix are very comfortable keeping with that Sigma as their main tank. They seem like, you know what, forget about the meta. It's whatever. Let's just play what we're most comfortable with. I wonder if they're going to start out with that Winston style, because it looked like they were pretty decent at it. But, you know, when push comes to shove, back onto the Sigma, back onto the Echo. That just seems like how Kryix like to explore and play these maps and really push Citrus out, especially, too, as this could be their opportunity to eliminate Citrus from the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Citrus, hopefully they are comfortable on Busan. And I don't know, do you think the Orisa is going to be a good pick for this? Because we saw a lot of Orisa play from Zeb, and I feel like Orisa does have pretty good survivability, especially when in solo situations, as long as she doesn't get crowded or backed up against a wall.
No, I don't think this is too controversial of an opinion. I think that the modern Rush composition uses Orisa instead of Reinhardt. And I think that there's a little bit more playstyle that works with Orisa better, because you have that spear throw that is crowd control, but on top of that too, you've got more longer range damage, as well as the spear spin to be able to push people around. So I think when it comes to a lot more of that close quarters combat, Orisa is definitely a lot more viable. But we're going to be starting things out on Downtown, so let's get into the game. Let's see, will Kryix be able to take this one home, or are Citrus going to be able to come back and force out that map number 4?
I don't know, this is so sad, but like, this is so sad for me to say personally, but I almost miss seeing Genjis.
Why is that sad? Genji's great. I love Genji.
Yeah, I mean, like, Genji is so fun to watch, but it's also like when I play the game, I do not want a Genji in the lobby, you know?
As spoken as a true support.
Yeah, that's basically it. The only reason you really want a Genji is so you can get, like, you know, what's it called? You know, elevatored out of spawn.
Oh, yes, so then you can, like, fly. Yes, I understand. Alright, well, the teams are already getting into it. Looks like we are going to be seeing that Orisa come in, already moving very far forwards here. Almost was able to pressure down the Soldier in the backline, which would have been an absolutely massive pick. But Zeb does not care, so he's just going to run things through, uses the helicopter hands. Goodbye, Opia, off the high ground, but still alive. Meanwhile, Rymazing is lighting up the kill feed with that railgun in hand. And just like that, it's going to be a nice, confident first team win for Kryix as they get control of the point first.
Yeah, that first team fight was incredibly decisive for Kryix, and they're pushing pretty far forward. This is like a pretty scary position to be at, but they do have that Sigma, a little bit of extra assurance with the shield here, and the Disruptor shop trying to hold them back a little bit more, taking up to the high ground as they just fight and dance around each other's bullets here. It's now a shield dance up on the high ground, power slide up from Rymazing to try and back up the tank, but unfortunately just being pushed off by the Lucio, and now it's Scissors on the top trying to help out, but the point is being contested now. They're going to push him off for now. They're going to be able to make Biblical back off, especially taking out Floofy and Z-Man. So no heals for now, and Biblical is going to have to find a health pack.
Okay, we're seeing now Zeb is actually swapped over to the Roadhog. Honestly, it's going to be Opia and Scissors who have been leading the team. We're seeing so much pressure come in from Citrus to take Rymazing out of the fight before it even begins. Just running forwards at that Sojourn. Okay, the Flux is going to be used first. We ought to be careful though. The hook could be absolutely dangerous. And no, not going to be able to be found there. And now it's going to be a Kitsune Rush coming through from Kryix. Going to be moving things forward. The Roadhog falling extremely low. Another Kitsune Rush coming out from the other side. But Opia able to find the first one. Zeb good for the second. Rymazing though, still lighting things up, flying around. The sound barrier comes out to make sure that Kryix secure this team fight. They haven't turned things over, and they're already up to 75% with yet another team fight win, Tella.
Yeah, that is really nicely done once again. Elk came in really clutch there with the sound barrier to come down, and Rymazing obviously dishing out a lot of damage with the overclock now online. Other side has a sound barrier available, but Elk just immediately boops Biblical out of the fight once again. Citrus, however, has been able to get onto the point really easily with almost no contention, and there's the sound barrier to try and make the fight a little easier. They have the whole hog, and they're backing that Sigma into a corner, but with the protection, Suzu, they're able to survive. Opia has been able to survive this fight. Floofy is brought down real low. They're now focusing out the Kiriko with the Swift Step able to escape, but still Scissors is able to follow up with those dashes. Pulse Bomb. Ooh, that was so nice. Sick onto Danny.
Yeah, an amazing stick. Now they just have to clean up this Lucio and Tracer. Shouldn't be too difficult given the fact that the rest of the team's still alive. Wrecking Ball flies in onto the site, but gets stunned up by the accretion. Can't do anything. Kryix not losing a single team fight. Citrus scratching their heads as we move into the second point. They got to do something here, otherwise it's all over for them.
I mean, best of 5 series, not able to win a single one. Here's Mecha Base now coming through. I'm not sure how this one is going to look, but from what we saw in that last fight, it looks like Kryix do have a really good upper hand. And since Elk has been on point with the sound barriers, this is interesting though. We do see Zeb now taking out the Zarya. And Zarya is such a unique tank in that you literally just can't hit her when she has that shield bubble up. And I feel like that might be a problem for Rymazing, who does kind of just spam down whoever is in his sightline.
Yep, that's 100% true. Thankfully, with the most recent nerfs, those bubbles don't last for as long as you would like. We're seeing Scissors go back onto the Echo, but gets beamed down and followed up by Biblical. Rymazing, though, able to find Biblical into the backline. Rymazing still being very difficult. And now chasing down Danny. Danny falling extremely low to Kiriko in the backline. Just teleports out in time. Just misses the railgun shot there, but it is going to be Citrus taking point first with the supercharged Zarya trying to chase them down. Zarya falling extremely low, but Rymazing is able to find it. Tosses out the disrupt shot as well, making that a bit hard for the Lucio. And looks like what originally was going to be Citrus winning it out. Kryix who swing right back at it, and they're able to get first capture out of the point, Tala.
That wasn't even contested. They were able to push them off onto the sidelines, and Amazing was on there at the point as soon as it unlocked, and now it's going to be a fight in what is basically Citrus's spawn room. Zeb is pushing forward, but stunned by the accretion, and now going to have to back off, hide behind this corner for a little bit while the health gets healed back to full. But Citrus, they're actually securing some picks. They're taking support out of the fight. They've taken out Karova, but Opia is still holding so strong here, and Amazing obviously ringing out, answering from the back with a railgun.
Yeah, honestly, Zeb has just been doing a really good job of being such a nuisance for Amazing now. Popping the overclock, finds two, looking for this Orisa as well. Zeb out on their own, misses the spear and falls down. And Kryix, they hold on, still not dropping a single team fight. Pulse Bomb online for Scissors, but Kitsune Rush still online for Z-Man. Citrus could use that Kitsune Rush and could potentially turn things around here, Tala.
I think in combination with that Tracer Pulse Bomb as well, getting in a good flank could be really nicely done here. There's the Kitsune Rush that's coming out, but it's Scissors that's actually going to be the Tracer harassing on the flank, with also the Pulse Bomb available to potentially stick either of the supports. They're just having such a hard time playing the game, but they do get control of the point. They have left it for too long, got a little too confident trying to push into their spawn, and now with the sound barrier out, Biblical is going to have a much easier time trying to harass on this flank, and unfortunately Scissors goes down. What was that shot?
The kunai fly through and find Dome of Scissors. That's exactly what happened there, and now Citrus, they're going to be able to stabilize themselves. Like you said, got control of the point, which is extremely important, but Kryix already up to that 75%. They're going to have that Kitsune Rush to work off of, while Citrus do not. That could be the game changer. Out it comes, and now they're going to be running forwards. Have to go through the Disruptor Shot, but they're all right with that because they've got massive healing coming through. They have to be careful, though. Biblical going down first. Zeb goes in with the Terror Surge, not able to find anything here, but Danny pops the Overclock now, trying to look for anything that they can find. Spots out the Kiriko, misses both of the shots, throws out the Disruptor Shot. They're now beaming down Opie, but Opia is able to escape here. So just falling extremely low, blinks out of the spot, and now it's going to be a sound barrier coming in from Kryix. Both support ultimates invested in this fight to win it out, but this could swing things back around in this team fight. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide here as Danny's looking for a little bit more pressure, can't find anything, but this is a successful hold by Citrus. They have their own Kitsune Rush online, generated completely during this fight. Scissors, though, finds Danny into the backline, and now pressuring down Zeb. Zeb falling extremely low, and it looks like Kryix will be able to turn this one around, Paula.
Oh, the wall's coming back up as well, giving those on the point a little bit more cover here. So it's going to be an easier fight for Kryix to get back in. And now they have taken control of the point once again. Citrus does have the lead, but it's going to be just covered up right now as they push over that 80% mark. And Zeb still on the Orisa, still using that javelin spin to try and create a little bit more space here, but it doesn't look too good so far. Still getting healed up from the back, not a lot of damage being dished out onto the Orisa to take her out of the fight, but can't get onto the point just yet.
Okay, they go around to the slide here. It's going to be the Flux coming in as well as the sound barrier, but the Flux doesn't find anything of value. Scissors, though, is able to stick Danny, and Zeb is just all over the place. Citrus have completely spread themselves out. They might have capped the point, but now with that Kitsune Rush, it is all falling apart in front of them. Kryix secure the team kill. They flip that one around, and that is going to be a 3-0 sweep coming out from Kryix.
I feel like every single time that Kryix lost the point, it was just because they decided to not contest the point, and then they allowed the other team to get on. And Amazing with another play of the game. I mean, I feel like Amazing has just been so consistent, you know, Surger in every single game. Not a lot of diversity in the picks, but still make sure that, you know, getting so much value out of the railgun every single time. The overclock also usually is able to find one at least before going down, and it creates a lot of space to for Kryix to be able to play around that DPS.
Yeah, and we're going to be now seeing the meaty moments there. Opia on the Sigma is a force to be reckoned with. I have to say, very impressed with the performance on this tank. Just doing such a good job with these accretions, and on top of that too, just shutting people down left and right. Definitely Opia playing a little bit of what could be considered non-meta, and it just working out so darn well for the team. That's not to take away anything though from their opponents, which, hang on, the name is escaping me right now. Oh no, Citrus! Yes, Citrus. I really liked Zeb playing the tank as well. It just seemed like they were crumbling under the pressure. They looked a little bit more spread out there and a little bit less coordinated, which just allowed Kryix to be able to run right over them. I still can't believe that Z-Man was able to charge an entire Kitsune Rush in one fight. Started out with 5%, and by mid-fight had that Kitsune Rush online. That is some unbelievable stuff coming out from Akiriko.
Yeah, I definitely think that Z-Man, we saw a few, like, it looked like just like stray kunais flying through the team, and all of a sudden somebody's like, dead, and you're like, oh, how did that happen? But it was just Z-Man throwing out the right clicks and trying to get all that damage down. So it was nicely done there as well.
Yes, absolutely. But, well, we talked about Sojourn not being very diverse, but you know what is very diverse? All the different flavors of Jack Link's jerky, and type !jerky in the chat for your role to see what type of jerky you're going to be getting. But we are going to be throwing it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere though, because we're going to have Rizz Academy going up against Altiora on the other side of the bracket to see who is going to be advancing to the finals. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Link's jerky made with 100% beef. Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Link's jerky made with 100% beef.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Jack Link's Wildside Rumble series. My name is Mark, here still with Tala, or Epitomes, and now we are on the other side of the bracket. We did one semifinals, now we're doing the other. It's going to be Rizz Academy up against Altiora. The winner of this is going to be moving on to face Kryix in the final. The loser will be in that third, fourth place seed, which means that they do get $375, but the winner of this all gets $1,500. And Tala, if you ask me, that is a lot more money and a lot better of a time.
I do agree. That definitely is a lot more money than just, $375. But now in the semifinals, once again, I believe we are starting on Coliseum, and that is that push map. Before we go over to the hybrid control, escort. There are a lot of,
Yes.
Yes, you know what I mean.
Yes, I do know what you mean. Yeah, like you said, we start things out in the semifinals. It's going to be Coliseum for our very first map, and then how it goes is every subsequent map is going to be the loser of each round being able to pick out what they want to go or where they want to send their opponent to. We just saw a 3-0 victory on the other side of the bracket. Kryix able to come out on top. Thus, they place their way into the finals. But let's see if this one's a little bit more closer. We saw some good Overwatch on the other side, and I'm hoping that we get to continue to at least see a lot more competitive Overwatch on this side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Rizz Academy before. They had some really interesting plays to come out, and you said that you've seen them play before. They're a pretty practiced team, and we haven't really seen Altiora, if I'm pronouncing that correctly,
yes.
just yet. So, I mean, I'm curious, I feel like we're just going to see a lot of those meta compositions, We're going to be seeing the Sojourn, we're going to be seeing maybe a Reaper secondary, maybe a Tracer, you know how it is. And we have, obviously, the Kryix Lucio, the Burst utility combo. Really nice. I mean, it's a really nice combo to have, like, the speed boost from both the Kitsune Rush as well as just from Lucio regularly. So, I mean, you do get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, and you know what? We talk a little bit about these teams' histories. We know that Rizzington Academy have been playing together, or at least their core has been put together for quite some time. But Altiora is actually a pretty established organization in that Tier 3 Overwatch scene, making their way into Tier 2, if I'm being completely fair. So, let's see how this goes. Once again, we're starting things out on Coliseum, and let's see the compositions. I have a feeling you're going to be correct, but we could be wrong. We saw Echo on the last series, so, like, anything is possible now.
Very true, very true. I mean, if I had to guess, we're probably going to see maybe a Reaper as well.
Okay.
Did I guess correctly? Okay, I got the Reaper, I got the Sojourn, I got the Lucio, and the Kryix. I am so... And then there's the Winston.
Creativity is dead. That's what I'm learning from this series.
Yes, facts. I mean, do you remember when Junker Queen was really strong? So the only tank anyone ever played was Junker Queen.
Yeah.
That was fun.
All right, these teams are going to be rolling out. Let's see who's going to be able to get the first jump onto the back line, because that first pick that comes through, that's going to really determine how these team fights are going to be shaking out. Already, Rizz and Altiora getting themselves set up on opposite side of the bots, but none of them really poking their heads out in order to allow for that first pick to happen, Tala.
Yeah, they don't really want to get themselves out in the open, and it comes from the fact that I feel like the Winston doesn't have the bubble out, doesn't want to use it so early until they're going in for the actual flank. But that just gives Rizz Academy the jump up on the bot, while Altiora is kind of just hiding in this alcove, making sure that it can't push too far up.
Ooh, Pummy might have overextended a little bit, able to escape there. Hanbei find the first pick onto Crimson. That's going to allow the rest of the team to just go forwards, and it looks like that's exactly what they want to be able to do. Tap is going to be falling down, and that's going to be a very decisive first team fight win for Rizzington Academy as they start the very first push of this map.
Rizzington Academy, they are already almost past the Coliseum and up onto the bridge. I mean, we see that Pummy is very, very far in, just staring straight into Altiora's spawn so far, but the Winston coming in is going to cause them to back off a bit, power slide backwards, and Costa actually does take down Chime, so it's a Reaper out of the fight so far, and it's forcing Rizz Academy pretty far back. They're using the protection Suzu to make sure everyone gets out safely, just going to wait for that Reaper to regroup with them, while Crimson is actually just trying to destroy the backline. Hanbei goes down, and it's Pummy to follow.
Yeah, it's unfortunately not a very successful disengage, which allows Altiora to be able to get a lot more cart progress, but they didn't actually have anybody on the robot. Finally, the robot is starting to come back, but they lost a lot of precious time to at least try and keep that a bit more contested. Now, Rizz Academy, they're going to have their respawns coming in here. Keep an eye out. It's going to be Hanbei who is going to first have that Kitsune rush, but Costa is right there alongside. I have a feeling these things are going to be really fast as soon as either one of those comes online.
Yeah, I mean, Costa already does have that Kitsune Rush up, but the Kitsune Rush on the other side, and effective. Nicely done to get Rizz down. And unfortunately, Crimson is actually going to trade that one right back onto the enemy Sojourn as well. And Tap follows right on up onto that Lucio. Even though they do have that Primal Rage up, it's looking like a healer is about to go down. Hanbei does get healed back up, and Magic Mate Ball is back into the game. But unfortunately, Chime looking pretty low. Picks up the health pack. Infected using the Primal Rage now.
Yep, and they're able to actually stall things out long enough to allow the rest of the members to come back here. So, it's going to be go time. We're going to be seeing that Overclock come online. Plummy in the back line is trying to hold him back, able to at least take Tap out, making sure that that Death Blossom can't come online for this team fight. Chime has one of their own, looking for an opportunity to get in there, but has to be so careful. Already Crimson falling pretty low. Able to escape. Now it's going to be another overclock from the other side. Rizz going to be moving forwards as well as that sound barrier to just put that forward pressure on. Chime goes for it, but immediately gets headshotted out of the Death Blossom. Can't use that Beyblade this time around. And that's going to allow Altiora to continue to push that bot and at least tie things up. But Rizzington Academy, they're so close to their spawns that that's not going to be too big of a deal for them. They should be able to come back here and get ready for another team fight.
Yeah, Altiora, they are looking like they're in a pretty good position, especially now with the Death Blossom finding two, and it's both the supports too. Infected, it's just no choice but to go down. Team kill for Rizz Academy, and now Altiora has the advantage in pushing this bot almost all the way to that checkpoint, about 20 meters up ahead of Rizzington Academy, as they have once again walked out of their spawn, but it's not going to be for long. There's a Kitsune Rush trying to hold them at bay.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Infected is on the cart, stalling things out just for long enough to allow the team to rotate around. And now they're going to have a Kitsune Rush of their own. The engagement is going to be coming through. Rizz Academy could potentially tie things up. Chime good with the pick onto Costa, reducing the amount of healing that can come out. And the Reaper shall reign supreme. Finds a nice little 3K to close that one out. More importantly, though, Rizz Academy stop Altiora from activating that checkpoint. So this one is still very much close between these two teams.
An Altiora is going to be pushed back for now, but Rizz Academy, I feel like they won't be able to get past the arches before the spawn comes back up and they meet again. Yeah, that robot is going to be stopped right at the arches. Not contested just yet, but it's going to be a problem to try and get them to start pushing that wall towards the checkpoint. Already you have that Winston once again in the back line, and Crimson trying to knock back Magic Mate Ball. It's a sound barrier to try and save Hummy from this Primal Rage, but Crimson going so far in. Infected actually is going to be the one whose Primal Rage finds somebody, and it's such chaos, but Rizz Academy are taking advantage of it within the bubble, dancing in and out, and it was just so far spread out from Altiora. They got separated with their tanks in the back line while the DPSs were focusing down those supports, and now Rizz Academy with the team kill to push themselves forward again. I think that's a second team kill for Rizz Academy as well.
Yeah, it's almost like their tanks were left out to dry, but Chime comes up big with the Death Blossom, finds two to make sure that this team fight ain't all gonna even happen. That's gonna be the checkpoint that gets activated. Rizz Academy moving themselves forwards. And now this is looking really good for Rizzington. They also will have that Kitsune Rush coming online way before Altiora do. Puppy starts it out though, activates the overclock, finds Costa's head, and immediately is now going to be looking for more pressure coming into the back. The Wraith's block is going to be coming out from Tap to make sure that they can at least stay alive from this forward pressure. But this is just so much ground being gained. Now the Kitsune Rush is going to be online as well. The sound barrier has to come out to keep everybody nice and healthy. Tap tries to go in for a Death Blossom, but immediately the disengage is just so quick thanks to that Kitsune Kitsune Rush. Now, the Kitsune Rush from Altiora is going to be coming out as well.
Yes.
Tap getting into position to use this Death Blossom, but Rizz Academy are nowhere to be found. They actually completely yield that and waste out that Kitsune Rush, Tala.
And that's really nicely done. If it weren't for
the
Pummy
bot.
going down, Crimson, actually, I don't even know that happened. It was just, but Pummy does eventually die to Crimson with the help of, I believe it was Costa. So now it's looking like they're back in the Coliseum, walking towards Rizz Academy's side, but they're held at bay. It's once again a repossession of that robot and the overclock to come out from Altiora, trying to see if they can find something. No! Biz taken down so quickly with the combination of a disruptor shot, but Tap is going to even out the numbers with that Death Blossom. Infected is able to find something, but with both supports down, there's not much sustain on this squad. Halo takes down Pummy, and it's all just that tank left over who has to go for that quick retreat, being kind of corralled by Crimson, but is able to escape in the end.
Yeah, and Infected is not done yet, is able to go in there and at least stall them out. The walk back is so long for Altiora. They have nothing to do but retreat. Make sure that they've got everybody back and take this team fight properly. A lot of ultimates expended there by Altiora, so Rizz Academy in a better position, but this Primal Rage might be enough to throw Pummy off. Pummy's still able to escape, actually, but now might be in jungle territory. There's going to be the Sound Barrier that comes in to make sure that they are staying alive, and meanwhile, it's going to be Infected in their back line, slapping people around with those big old strong monkey arms. Just like that, Rizz Academy, they win yet another team fight and are able to walk this bot closer back to where that push stall is.
You might even say his arms are beefy.
Yep, like
they're beefy, meaty arms. Just like Jack Link's beef jerky.
Okay, well that joke is going to end, and you know what else is going to end? Pummy using that ultimate, so they're going forwards, but it's going to be a Kitsune Rush coming in, while Pummy actually takes Crimson out. Both these teams are going to be moving things forwards. Watch out for that Death Blossom. It's in great territory to be used here, but it looks like they might actually try and save it. Oh, those shotguns are looking like Soldier 76 machine guns with how fast they fire. Using the Kitsune Rush, and Rizz Academy continue to march their way forwards. Chime in a great position for this Death Blossom.
I mean, you know, Chime is just being a little bit of a rat right now, but they're pretty spread apart, still able to find a little bit of damage. That Wraith form is going to save Tap, while Halo just is going to bounce out of that with a wall ride, but still so close. The walk back is so long with 40 seconds left over and still being contested by Rizz Academy. The power slide back onto the bridge comes in, but Biz is actually taking down Pummy. So now they're a player down, and Chime, it looks like it's going to follow soon. No, it's a Wraith form to escape, but Halo is still trying to find a bit more damage. Tap shouldn't have let him live, because now he's got the Death Blossom to take out almost the entirety of the team. Spawns are pretty staggered with Pummy being the only one up, but they should be able to regroup at their forward spawn and contest the robot once again.
This is a great position for Rizz Academy. You know, they've got 2 team fights, and Altiora also too. Have to get that checkpoint activated. That butt scratch hasn't happened just quite yet, and that's a lot of opportunities for Rizz Academy to contest the robot. We are in overtime now. The disruptor shot is going to be coming through, and Altiora can't afford to step off for a second. It's going to be Biz coming in with the overclock. It's met with Magic 8 Ball, Sound Barrier. A Sound Barrier from Halo comes out as well. Both these teams nice and healthy, as a Primal Rage trying to slap them away from that cart. But now it's going to be the Kitsune Rush coming in as well from both of these teams. They're trying to match each other's pace here, but Biz finds a first pick onto Chime. Now they have to worry about Infected flying into the back line. Never mind, what's Hanbei doing back here? Doesn't matter. Biz is ready for it, but the TP out is just in time. Infected is going to be sent back to spawn. Biz coming up absolutely massive. It was a brawl, but now Altiora come out on top. They should be able to get that checkpoint, but still, another 2 team fights remain before Rizz Academy give it up.
Biz, because of the way that fight played out, they were on either side, but Biz was kind of just allowed to stand in the middle and fire down with the railgun and the alternate fire, and that does so much damage. But the spawns have come back up, and oh, Pummy, nicely done with that overclock to take down one so quickly. Finds another. Tap is down. Both DPSs out of the game, and I don't think these supports can compensate. This is perfect front-to-back team fighting. A revenge kill from Chime and a team kill to close this push map out. Rizz Academy up to 1.
Wow, that was something else. I'd be surprised if that doesn't get play of the game here. Let's see how it goes. Okay, never mind. It's actually going to be Hyundai as Kiriko coming in. But an amazing play at the end there. This Kitsune. Oh, okay. All right. Yep.
Oh, it was this one.
Yeah, it was the Kitsune rush, and then also too just kind of yeeting those kunai forward, able to find so much value, and on top of that too, just support the team so well. But unbelievable stuff coming out from Rizz Academy. Pummy at the very end there. You know, we were talking about, oh man, it'd be great if we saw some Ashe in this game, but that's the reason why you bring a Sojourn for those pop-off moments. You have that overclock available, and you just get so much value off those railgun shots. But let's take a look at the meaty moments while we kind of break down how, honestly, that was a really close map.
Yeah, I mean, if they were able to contest a little bit longer on that robot at the very end, but I feel like in overtime, it's such a disadvantage for that team that's losing because you cannot be hiding around cover. You have to play around the robot, so it's all close range combat, and it really favors people like Chime, just like Tap, who are playing that Reaper, who want to be up close and personal. But for the rest of the team, especially for, I believe, the Kiriko, it's really tough to stay in there because you are such a squishy character and you want the long range combat because you want to be flinging those kunais and the Ofuda since they have that seeking power, and it just wasn't working out in Altiora's favor at the very end. And I mean, that play from Pummy just right to close it out was really nicely done as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, too, we talked about that fast momentum that we were seeing from some of those teams. The amount of times that Hanbei was just in the back line of the enemy team, just like, oh, hey, Altiora, what's going on back here? I'm going to throw my kunai at you now. And it was just kind of like, okay, well, I guess this is how this is going to go. But, all right, that's map number 1. Both teams honestly really close at the end there. But we have our map number 2, and it is going to be Paraiso. I can't say it right.
Paraiso?
Paraiso. Yes, let's go with that. But yeah, tell me about that map before we get into things.
Okay, so it's a hybrid map, right?
Yes.
If I remember correctly. Yes. Okay, so it is a hybrid map, right? And this is what I'm talking about. You got like these nice balconies, these colorful buildings, but it also, you can get on top of those balconies and buildings for some really, really nice range, nice long range play. And you know, I think Sojourn would be really nice here. I would love to see a Widowmaker come out from either of these teams, because if you can use that hero, then all of a sudden you are incredibly, incredibly strong. But and we do see Pummy actually taking out the Widowmaker instead of the Sojourn. And I think the reason that teams really do favor that Sojourn is because she has the potential to have that really long range hit scan ability consistently, right? Just like Soldier 76, but she also does have the alternate fire that allows her to go for the one-shot potential that Widowmaker, McCree, and Ashe has. So she's just such a good all-around, well-rounded DPS. But we have paused the game for just a little bit, tech pause perhaps.
Yeah, that would be my best guess. And honestly, like, you talk about that Widowmaker play, I am a little bit concerned for Altiora, because from what I can remember, working or seeing Pummy play, Pummy is really good at Widowmaker, and this is definitely one of the heroes that is in that wheelhouse. So, you know, this could be a little bit concerning as to how this is going to be able to play in there. We did actually just have a disconnect. Gotta love Overwatch because there is the automatic pause that happens. And thankfully we weren't in game, so nobody's losing any alt charge or anything there. But yeah, Pummy starting us out potentially on this Widowmaker, looking for maybe a couple of early picks to really just get that first team fight, and then then the rest of Rizz Academy can kind of just roll their way forwards.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Well, now Rizz Academy, they do have the same team comp that they had taken out on a push, and the Echo is interesting. I mean, we saw some Echo before. It's not like, you know, the best, but it's not bad either. And it's looking like trying to defend, playing the Widowmaker on the attack is also very interesting here.
Yeah, and this Echo Chime putting in a lot of damage, but not able to secure any of those kills just quite yet. Meanwhile, the rest of this team, pretty standard for what we had seen. They're diving in onto the Sojourn, and that's going to be the opportunity. Infected finding Biz first. It's all looking good right now. And yeah, they just gotta worry about this flying monkey, actually. Crimson able to beam down Chime, and the trades go back and forth here. Pummey, though, getting really aggressive in the backline. The Wraith Step comes in as Tap is able to find 2, make it a 3rd one, and that's gonna be Altiora holding on to that first defensive point.
Yeah, this is not too surprising here to be able to get this first point pretty easily, or defend it pretty easily, since there's so much high ground and the point is just so open. There's not really anywhere you can hide if you want to be contesting that. You just kind of have to make sure your movement is clean. But now they're bringing that fight over to this front side bridge. They're being a little bit more aggressive, not just playing on that point, but the monkey now trying to go into their backline. But is there not a really good way for them to follow up here?
Whew. Yeah, thankfully staying alive, but for how much longer is the question. Tap going in for a Death Blossom, immediately gets booped out of the way, but the Kitsune Rush allows for a little bit of better positioning. Now a Kitsune Rush coming out on the other side, even though Pummey is already down. The disengage is going to come through here, get a little bit more of that benefit, but still Rizz Academy are having a hard time breaching the defenses of Altiora. They get themselves set up yet again, but they got to wait for Pummey to be able to come back before they start to move things forwards again.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to regroup right now, but getting a little bit of early damage off, and Infected now going in, and this is such a sharp corner. You really need the healers right behind you. You need them to back you up in order to keep the health up. But Magic Mateball finding that first pick onto Crimson, that is really good, since they now no longer have that bubble to hide behind and dance around. They already get that 1 pip up onto the point, and it's looking like Altiora is just going to be letting this one go. I believe the names are backwards.
Yeah, they are going to be going in there, but yeah, that's what I was waiting for. Chime did have that Death Blossom and was waiting for them to move in. It just took a couple seconds too long. As a result, they're not able to find too much there. Infected, though, taking out Biz. This is still Rizz Academy's point to win, but the respawns from Altiora might not be good, especially with that Kitsune Rush. This might be the chance for that disengage, unless Hanbei gets their Kitsune Rush online. 99%, that's going to be ready for it, but they actually successfully disengage. Kitsune Rush going to be now online for Rizz Academy. They're going to be going in, and all right, here we go. They're still contesting it somehow. Crimson finally fallen down. That's going to be Rizz Academy being able to get that first point and getting a last kill onto Costa to stall things out just a little bit longer.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a staggered spawn since Costa and Tap have been taken out a little bit later, but I feel like it's going to be an easier road for them to be able to defend or attack here, since they aren't playing on top of the buildings, don't really have the mobility to get on those really long ranges, and there's a lot of back pathways that you can take from Rizz Academy's point of perspective, so they can just kind of spam shots from this flank really easily.
Here we go. Tap looking for an opportunity. Death Blossom in hand, actually decides to disengage. Infected, though, wants to make it happen. That baits it out for Tap. The Pummey gets the punish onto that one. Don't know if that was the most valued Death Blossom, but at least they were able to take Infected out of the fight. Biz moving up, trying to get a little bit more of an angle. Catches Hanbei in a bit of a weird spot here. The Pummey now is going to end everything, finds that monkey's dome. And Rizz Academy going to move things forward yet again. This is looking really good, but for Rizz Academy.
Yeah, that was a really nice play and team fight. I mean, baiting out the Death Blossom means Tab has to build that up once again, and the Overclock was actually able to find one there. So now we do see that Rizz Academy has pushed pretty far up onto this bridge already, and Altiora is kind of struggling to hold on to this high ground since that payload is allowed to just pass right under. And now being contested, though, by Altiora as Rizz Academy is looking to take out Tap, who is just hiding behind the wall. Chime, on the other hand, Death Blossom available. There's also that sound barrier, however, on both sides to potentially save them from that Death Blossom.
All right, Kitsune Rush coming in from Rizz Academy, and yeah, there goes the Death Blossom, and it's flying right into the back line. That's almost a full team wipe. You just have to deal with the Primal Rage Monkey, and yeah, just like that, team kill, and that's going to be Rizz Academy getting to that checkpoint with a lot of time in their bank, honestly, Tal. They haven't lost many team fights at all.
Yeah, I mean, 2.5 minutes is quite a bit of time for this last point. It is a pretty long last checkpoint, though, and it did take them a bit of time to get past them, but Altiora seems to be struggling a little bit on the defense here.
Absolutely. Now, overclock online for Biz. They still have that Kitsune Rush as well. Hanbei used theirs on the last fight and unfortunately didn't get as much value as Rizz Academy would have wanted. But I guess it was after that Death Blossom, so you know what, it kind of worked out here. But now, Altiora, ball's in their court. They have to turn this around. It's going to start out with Biz using the overclock here, looking for it, but immediately getting Primal Raged out of the position. Okay, that was honestly a really good move by Infected, just completely shut down that ultimate. Didn't even find a single pick as a result. And also too, with Primal Rage, could drop a lot quicker. Now the Kitsune Rush is going to be coming in online for Altiora. We're going to move things forward, but Rizz Academy wisely just decide to disengage, back up, keep everybody nice and healthy. But now Puppy going to be using the overclock as well. They think that this is winnable after that Kitsune Rush does expire. They're all stuck inside of that room. Watch out for that Disruptor shot. Sound barriers coming in from both sides of these teams, but Halo gets sent to the fishes, and now Crimson is trying to keep this one contested, but it is going to be falling down as well. Just too much frontal pressure coming in. Magic 8 Ball goes down, but that's not the worst position for Rizz Academy. Pummy is just pummeling Altiora right now. Death Blossom going to be coming in as well, just to try and keep them at bay. It's just at the end here, they do go in and touch. Tap is going to be in the Wraith form though, and now they have to make sure that that monkey stays on point, but it's a Kitsune Rush that makes it so much easier for Rizz Academy to just continue to pump out that damage. And okay, there we go. I was like, wow, there's no way that this stall can be going on for that long. With 38 seconds left in their time bank, they make it all the way to the end.
Score.
Yeah, that is definitely quite a bit of time to be left over. And now Altiora, they need to see if they are going to be able to push that first point, which Rizz Academy did struggle with quite a bit. And I think as long as Rizz Academy is able to hold on the second checkpoint a little bit longer than the first, then they will be able to defend a lot better than Altiora did, because they were really kind of weaving in and out of the high ground and not really trying to actually take control of it. They were a little bit afraid to put themselves out in the open and vulnerable positions, and instead just kind of danced around these angles, and it didn't really work out too well for them. And I feel like maybe there should have been an adjustment as well in the team composition, because they are playing the exact same team composition, and it's not as if it like really counters one another, but it definitely could have been some adaptations, because it didn't seem like it was working as well for Altiora as it was for Rizz Academy, because there was a lot more close quarters that Altiora was being forced in because of that Winston. And now we actually are seeing a Doomfist.
It's Doomfist time.
Is it?
Well, it does look like that is going to be the case, because we are now having Rizz Academy start us out on our defense. And so usually when you see these hero locks come in, sure, there's a little bit of time to change things up, but generally speaking, this is going to be the lock-in coming in for the defenders. So I'm curious to see how this Doomfist is going to speak into this composition. Of note, though, one of the biggest reasons why you don't run Doomfist is because when he does that like block in order to charge up the fist, usually he will immediately get crowd controlled. Whether or not that is an Anna Sleep Dart or a spear from Orisa, something will happen to just take him out of that form, put him into a really bad spot, and then the rest of the team can just kind of dive on him. That's not going to be necessarily the case with how Altiora are playing their composition. But the Doomfist really thrives on just those fast execute style plays, so they have to go in and they have to get a kill really early on. Otherwise, that Doomfist isn't going to get as much value as you would want from it.
Yeah, I mean, Doomfist is, I feel, really hard to work into any team composition, and otherwise Rizz Academy's composition has stayed basically the same, and I think the Meteor Strike... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, like, the Meteor Strike is such, like, a telegraphed ultimate that is just, it's so easy to avoid and get out of, because there's not really like a slow in the area like Orisa's Terra Surge, so Doomfist does have a lot of problems in that aspect. But instead, it is going to be back to the Winston, a mirror composition for both sides, and it's just about who can play it better this time.
Yeah, and the target prioritization is so good from Rizz Academy. Biz already down, and Altiora are in a really uncomfortable position. They're stuck in this little room, and there's so much going on. Chime in close quarters with those shotguns is going to come up large. Tap fights too, actually. Bummy finally there for the punish. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting stagger, but I think Altiora might be able to get a little bit more ground since their spawn is a lot closer.
Yeah, I mean, Rizz Academy, they do have a pretty far spawn, but they also have quite a bit of mobility with the power slide, the teleport, the jump from Winston, and as well as the swift step. So, Pummy, though, kind of having to get knocked off the high ground here as Biz just takes him down with the right click, and now it's Rizz Academy with one player down. Chime also in the 1v1 loses out, and now it's on to the point for Altiora to try and capture it. Infected actually hops off to try and get onto the back of Halo, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Rizz Academy, they lose this first objective with 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, no, they don't lose it just yet. Oh, they do.
Yeah, Hanbei went in there, and that's the thing about Kiriko. You know, you can be a little bit more forward aggressive simply because you can just look back at your team members and then teleport away. So, Rizz Academy, they do yield that first point there. Hanbei, though, immediately finds Tap with those kunais, and now the engagement is coming through. Rizz Academy leaping right on top of the rest of Altiora, but Altiora are wise in this, and they disengage here. And now Chime, maybe in a little bit of a bad spot, able to escape as Altiora get ready for this next team fight, Talak.
Pummy is very close to the overclock, and as I say that, the Kitsune Rush comes out so quickly, it's forcing a disengage from Altiora. Oh, Crimson takes down, though. As soon as they get back into the spawn room, Pummy just goes for the alternate fire on the railgun, and it's just so easy. The overclock hasn't been used, or has not been used just yet, and there also is the Death Blossom. Chime hiding in a little bit of a cheeky corner, trying to use the Death Blossom, doesn't find anything though. Infected still has a Primal Rage. Perhaps there is that overclock that could potentially follow up. Tap tries to bring Pummy down low. Oh, it's been focused down. Pummy is out, and Primal Rage being used on the other side with the Kitsune Rush. Sound barrier so close. This could be so expensive for Altiora, but they don't need it. They're just clearing out Rizz Academy, forcing them back to their spawn.
You know, Primal Rage plus Kitsune Rush, terrifying. The monkey swing arms very quick, and it is very sad if you are on the receiving end there. Biz could be using the overclock to try and gain a little bit more space. Unfortunately, doesn't get too much with that ultimate. It might have been just a little bit overzealous, but as Infected goes in, so does Altiora. It's going to be sound barriers on both sides now. Tap able to find Pummy with that Death Blossom, moving things forwards. Thankfully, able to escape. Never mind, Chime actually finds Tap. And now Rizz Academy are going to be able to push back a little bit. That was a really good idea by Altiora. I thought that they were going to be able to get that second point, but they just fall a little bit short.
Rizz Academy are able to stop it right above this bridge, so they have that little bit of buffer between themselves and that second checkpoint. But Altiora are getting close. They don't have any ultimates up though. They used them all in that last fight, and it was a little bit of an awkward drawn out fight as well, so they are staggered in terms of what ultimates they have. Rizz Academy on the other hand, they have 3 available with the Death Blossom looking to follow close behind. Pummy has been forced off the high ground though. They give up the bridge as they try to contest, but ooh, the headshot from Pummy to take down the support in Kiriko. And now we're looking at 2 players down as Infected also finds Tap with a little bit of damage and help from Pummy.
Yeah, not bad at all. Just one ultimate to make sure that you seal away that team fight. Such a key pick as well. Costa is going to be the main healer for Altiora. That Kiriko is so key to keep alive. Otherwise, your team is just going to fall over. Unfortunately, Lucio's heals are not as effective as you would want. So, now, Rizz Academy, they still have 3 ultimates. Ball's still in their court, but Costa also has that Kitsune Rush. I imagine we're going to be seeing 2 Kitsune Rushes, but it's going to be the Death Blossom that actually comes out first. And Biz is already down. I don't know if they commit the Kitsune Rush again this time. Looks like that is not going to be the case. It's going to be Rizz Academy looking for the cleanup kills, as already this attack is just completely dismounted. gonna be coming into the back here. Primal Rage is gonna be activated as well. This is still winnable. Now the Kitsune Rush is gonna be coming through here. Tap falling extremely low, but okay, Kitsune Rush on the other side as well. Tap just letting them loose, trying to find something, but Infected finds Halo into the back line. Not how you want to start out this fight if you are Altiora. Got really close to that Death Blossom. That could be the game changer here. Now has it online, has to get themselves into a good position. Is getting overwhelmed by so much, but uses the Death Blossom. Finds three, finds a four, and that might be enough to actually allow Altiora to get to the second point. They only have to deal with this Lucio now, and yeah, that's going to be Magic 8 Ball completely disappearing. The spawns might be good enough to be able to stall this out, but it's looking like Altiora will get point number 2.
Yeah, that play was just, I'm not trapped in a room with you. You guys are trapped in a room with me. And the Death Blossom was so good. They have to expend the Primal Rage now for Rizz Academy, trying to stop them, keep them off the point. But it's not being contested. They are trying to dance around it. And with the sound barrier, it's going to make it a lot easier for Rizz Academy to go through with this. The sound barrier actually only hits 2 of the players of Altiora, so it should be easier to take out Halo, who goes down. But Fizz with the overclock, it's go time. And the Death Blossom, can Chime find the same value? Almost, only 1 to be found here, but they keep them off that point. It's overtime, and Chime just ringing at the shotguns against the Winston and in close quarters. Rizz Academy, it was so close from Altiora. It was such an impressive play from Tap, but they still can't close out.
I am losing my mind. I cannot believe that Rizz Academy were actually able to get themselves back into that one. It looked like that heroics coming in. Oh, we're gonna get another Kiriko play the game. Sorry, a little bit distracted there. But let's see what we got here. Hanbei has been really doing an excellent job. And yeah, looks like it's just kind of a whole W situation and throw those kunai forwards, especially with those Kitsune rushes. But I just wanted to say, Altiora, that Death Blossom just at the very end there was what I thought that they needed in order to secure that second point. I thought they definitely had a chance at getting to that third point, but to my surprise, Rizz Academy were able to just get back so quickly. Thanks to that Primal Rage that Infected had, and as a result, they're able to just move forwards and slap everybody off the cart, denying that second point completely.
I'm actually so surprised that wasn't play of the game as well. The fact that he was in a room with, I think, 4 other people, killed all of them, and I mean, it looked like it was going to be so good for Altiora at the very end there, but I think what really happened was that Primal Rage allowed Infected to get back onto the payload so quickly, and then it's just like, you know, the jumps, the hops, and also the amount of health that you gain from that ultimate gave them such good sustainability. And on top of that, you have a Kiriko, you have a Lucio, they have a speed boost, and they have a teleport to get right back to the side. So the sustain is right next to you, the support is always right behind you, and it was such a clutch play at the very end as well.
Massive clutches coming in from honestly both of these teams, but right now, this is Rizz Academy up 2-0 against Altiora. We are in our best of 5, so there is going to be at least one more map. Will Rizz Academy be able to close them out? Well, we're going to find out on Control, which is going to be our next game mode here. Of course, it is going to be Altiora's map choice. But this is the thing about Control, because it allows for so many different compositions on all of the different points, it allows a bit more flexibility. This might actually work out in Altiora's favor because, you know, when it comes to specifically this composition, I have to give the advantage to Rizzington. They just look a lot cleaner when it comes to those engages, as well as just kind of taking the chances where they can, whereas Altiora seem to play a little bit more conservatively, which doesn't really match that dive style as well as that aggressive forward momentum.
Yeah, and I have to say that Chime definitely looks really, really comfortable on the Reaper, especially when it comes to getting those good flanks, getting in position for the Death Blossom. Even though we didn't see those massive value Death Blossoms, it was always like camping in the corner, and like nobody checks corners in this game. So you hop down with the shotguns, you hit them twice in the head, and like maybe activate the Death Blossom, and all of a sudden at least one. He always takes one down with him, and I feel like that's like the really important part. And then they has the Wraith to get out.
Yep.
So definitely Rizz Academy does so well on this composition.
Yep, Tala, your Valorant was showing for a second. Checking your corners.
Nobody
What is
checks
that?
corners in this game. Like, nobody checks corners in this game. Like, why would you do that? Oh, because there's a Reaper. I don't know.
Reaper with a Death Blossom, actually. But I do want to say, like, I feel like while we have talked a lot about the Sojourn being that pop-off potential, the one-shot headshot, railgun charge shots, but also, too, just the overclocking, we've really taken the spotlight away from the Reapers, and I think that on this last map specifically, we saw a lot more of this Reaper play kind of be the defining moments of when teams are actually able to win team fights. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, like, I mean, it's just like feels like the Reaper, it has such a big like turn potential, you know, like even if you see you have like you don't have the upper hand, but then you have a Reaper who all of a sudden just got the last shot of his shotgun up for the Death Blossom, and then if the players are already low but you couldn't finish them off normally, don't worry, you have a huge AoE ultimate that can get all of those players sent back to their spawn.
Yeah, when those Hellfires are just peeking around the corner, you know that the Reaper is going to be reaping. And this is actually something, too, that really works well in this composition, is the fact that there is the Suzu from Kiriko. Because as soon as your Reaper actually uses that Death Blossom, you know, that's when you see the stuns start to come out. That's when everyone just focuses down that Reaper. But you throw the Cleansing Suzu on there, you can nullify any crowd control effects for a second. On top of that, too, keep Reaper alive temporarily, because the thing with Reaper is that as he shoots, he also gains a little bit of HP back, and that Death Blossom does a really good job if you can keep him alive just for that little start of it. So it's such a good combination with those two heroes on your team.
Yeah, I definitely also feel like I don't know if Kiriko's Protection Suzu is actually able to keep people alive when that Death Blossom starts, because the duration, first of all, isn't long enough, and second of all, I feel like even with Baptiste, when you threw that Immortality field down, the Death Blossom just destroys the Immortality field. So, like,
right
I don't know
yeah.
if you've seen that. Like, it's just like, it just does not work to use that, like, because Reaper has, like, aimbot in 3 different directions, you know?
Yeah, that's a pretty good way of describing it. But we do actually have our third map, and we're going to be heading over to Oasis, which is going to be a pretty fun one, but I think actually a lot of these points still lend itself to that Winston, Reaper, Sojourn, Kiriko, Lucio meta. I think that's still very viable on honestly all of the points of Oasis. Oh, yeah. Especially on like University, you just put the wall in between. Yeah, that's so annoying.
Yeah, because I mean, I feel like Rizz Academy, they're feeling pretty confident here, and it's like, why not experiment with the compositions a little bit? Because like it's meta, it works. But we saw Sigma earlier, and the Sigma actually did a huge amount of damage and swayed the team quite a bit.
Yeah, no, it definitely did. But I wonder, like, which team is going to be the first one to be like, okay, let's try something different. If I'm being honest, I think that it has to be Altiora, because if you're Rizzington Academy, you're just like, well, this is working. Why would we change what we do?
It ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. We have seen a little bit more of that Reinhardt Rush style coming out from Rizz before. However, it looks like they might just be sticking to their guns this time around and really just focusing in, excuse me, on playing that dive composition here on University.
I think we're this is University, right? Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, there are books. That's how you can tell.
It's true.
By the way. They are trying to get onto the point as quickly as possible. Rizz Academy is just, you know, they've already speed boosted themselves onto the objective, and while Altiora is trying to take that high ground instead.
Yeah, they're both just dancing around each other, going for the complete turnaround, actually. Now they're in the back line here. They spotted out all the squishies, but have to be a little bit careful because it's nice and close quarters. And that's when Chime gets the shine. So we're going to see Infected go in for the dive here, taking so much damage. Suzu gets forced out already. Crimson decides to back off here as Chime finds Tap first. So that's going to be Rizz Academy with the first point capture, and it looks like they will be able to win out this first team fight as well. Tommy just getting the last couple of shots in. But look at this. it's going to be a very clean team fight coming out from Rizz just on the other side.
Yeah, and now Pummy looking, trying to take down Tap, who is completely isolated here. Oh, the Winston's trying to get on site, though. Doesn't look like it's going to work. They've been held back pretty far. The bubble goes down, and it's not going to do much. It allows them to get past that first choke, though. They are past that spawn point, but unfortunately still not able to get past this little wall. Critical health on one of the players of Rizz Academy, but it's not going to matter. They're going to be able to get that health right back up, and the Kitsune Rush now out, trying to speed them up to the high ground. Chime is going to get up there with the teleport.
Yeah, they immediately
And
backed
now-
off that one though. Altiora,
Yeah.
it'll put in enough damage to try and push them back. Kitsune Rush doesn't find too much, but now they've got a Kitsune Rush of their own. And they're going to be moving forward. Swummy gets the first pick there, just with the railgun. And the sound barrier is going to be good from Rizz Academy to make sure that they stay alive. Pummy is just lighting it up right now with these railgun shots. And Infected gets the last slap onto Biz. Shine finds his counterpart, and now it's just going to be chasing down this Lucio. No big deal here. Rizz Academy don't yield the point at all as they keep it now 75%, Tala.
Yeah, can't even find themselves a contention on this point. They're playing from the high ground, and what was that, Hanbei? Now they have that overclock. Again, the one-shot headshot potential that can come in here as they're just holding them at bay in their spawn. They're not even allowed past that first entrance into the university. It's like they're not allowed to get a degree.
You hate to see it. Gatekeeping in education can't be real. Just kidding. Definitely is. Death Blossom will be coming out now, met by a sound barrier to keep everyone nice and healthy. Pummy, though, gets the first one. Tap goes in with the Death Blossom as well, but Biz activates the overclock now, looking for some heads. Almost finds yet another one, but Infected finally takes him down there. Now Pummy going to be looking for it. The point hasn't been flipped at all, yet we are into overtime. The Disruptor shot is in such a good location here. Tap is going to be sent to the afterlife, and now they just have to deal with that. A Kitsune Rush coming in from Hanbei. They want to make sure that this is definitely winnable. Matching the Kitsune Rush up the other side, but Hanbei is unstoppable. That was clean from Rizz Academy on that first point. Goodbye, Crimson. You're going to be booped off right off the top of that.
Oh my god. The backflips from the Winston, you know, we love to see it. Now we're looking at City Center?
Yeah.
I am gonna guess that this is City Center. And now it's looking like they're just keeping the same compositions. Actually, Crimson, they're using the Tracer this time as well as... No Tracer? Symmetra.
I don't know
Roadhog and the Symmetra.
if Symmetra is gonna be still here, but we'll see. I mean, that could be a way to at least just...
okay,
to
they're
speed
keeping
people.
it.
Okay, yeah, they're going...
Oh, it's just to get the...
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm a little sad, you know, I'm a little sad, but we'll take it.
Yeah, and actually, I think that Tap might do a little bit better on this Tracer because Chime has just been outclassing it. Those Roadhog, though, might be a little bit of trouble. We see that Rizz Academy are just more than happy to just take that one down. Especially Chime on the Reaper just does so much damage, and there's no way that you get that Roadhog any sort of shielding or anything. Tap, though, it's been an absolute menace. Biz finding Pummy could be a good start in the right direction, but never mind. Tap goes down here. Now Chime going to be running through, sees Costa, waits out that Suzu in vulnerability for a second as Biz finds that. It's trades back and forth, still favoring Rizz Academy as they go in, and they should be able to get this first point. But here comes Crimson coming back in. Yeah, going to be backing off here. Altiora go for the reset as Rizz Academy win out the first point.
Rizz Academy once again trying to get the early lead, and Altiora, they are looking... I feel like that Tracer did a lot, but they waited out until that we saw Tap use his recall, and then after that he was just so vulnerable, and it was a lot easier to pinch and kind of get through. But Crimson trying to look at the high ground with the shotgun on the Reaper. Chime is going to be the one with the headshot on the shotguns from Reaper, going to be able to find something.
Yeah, and this is something about that hook from Crimson. You can get the one tap onto the Reaper, which might be pretty good. Whoa, Hanbei in a bit of a bad situation there. Tosses up the Suzu to cleanse the hook. It is actually okay. The pulse bomb stuck, but I don't think it was able to steal the kill for some reason. And now it's going to be a Kitsune Rush coming in. Hanbei running things forwards. Okay, Kitsune Rush coming in on the other side. So now both of these teams are going to be evenly matched here, but Chime just looking for that squishy target. Regardless though, Rizz Academy are happy to stall this one out for as long as they can. Already up to 55%, and they're not even close to yielding just quite yet. Costa falling low. Chime able to isolate that kill, but they lose their own Kiriko as a result. Now Tap trying to take the long-range battle against this Reaper. But it is going to be, well, oh yeah, watch out for that Lucio. Tap actually able to come out on top, but still, Rizz Academy have the point.
Yeah, Rizz Academy, they're already up to 70%. It's going to be uncontested to switch over. Magic Mate Ball actually gets taken down mid-air. So a staggered spawn as well from the Lucio, but it's just going to speed the team back towards the entrance. And ooh, Pummy also getting a bit of damage onto Crimson. Not going to be a huge deal since Crimson does have both supports as well as the take a breather. The sound barrier goes out. The entire team of Altiora is so protected. Magic Mate Ball answers with a sound barrier of its own. The whole hog comes through, but it doesn't get any kills. However, Biz and Tap have got it under control. They're able to find so many picks, and now out of the fight are 3 of Rizz Academy's player. Make it 4, and his Magic Mate Ball on his own. Nothing to say for it. Nothing to see. Not even a consolation pick. A nice kill. Nice team fight from Altiora.
Absolutely, and I think that Tap is being such a big impact player on this team right now. Is successfully being so annoying for the backline of Rizz Academy. Look at that, it actually forces Chime to try and match that Tracer. We're gonna have a little bit of a Tracer duel. Let's see if Chime can take it to Tap to win that out, because that could be honestly the decision maker here. Tap already getting pretty close to charging up that Pulse Bomb as well. As Altiora look like they're ready to tie things up. Engagement coming through. It is quite a bit of spread out damage. Pummy able to find Crimson first. That's not good. They've already lost the Roadhog. Chime good for 1 on Halo as well. Gossa trying to keep that one contested. Pops the Kitsune Rush. Thinks it's still winnable, but it might be a little bit too late at this point. Tap gonna have that. Sticks it onto the bubble shield. Doesn't find quite much there. Dodging around, but eventually gets taken out. Chime finding the better half there. That Kitsune Rush might not have been it for Altiora, as now they have to win this next team fight to potentially take us to that 3rd point on Oasis.
Yeah, they're really, really close on both sides. Rizz Academy now catching up, 87% mark just passed. And also with the Kitsune Rush available from Hanbei, they also have the Primal Rage as well as that Pulse Bomb very, very close. And now it's looking like with that Kitsune Rush coming out, an overtime does get activated on the point here, but it's not going to be contested for long with the slide up. Nice shot from Chime, and from mid-air, these players are being taken down. The team fight doesn't swing the way of Altiora. Another 3-0, Rizz Academy bringing it home.
Wow, Rizz Academy, this is... wow. Okay, now that we know that they have secured their spot into the finals, this is going to be a team that I think might be able to take it all of the way. Let's see this play of the game. It's going to be Pummy on the Sojourn. Honestly, Pummy has just been very solid and consistent throughout this entire thing. We're seeing, this is just at the very end with that railgun. Just kind of going hog wild with that one, but still, you know, it was such a good team. The fact that also, too, Chime was able to swap onto the Tracer and be able to match Tap, if not do a little bit more damage, is massive for that team. So let's look at some of these meaty moments here, but wow, what a game coming out from Rizz Academy.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that Tracer was so integral for Altiora to be making an impact and get any charge on the point at all. And it was just such a huge nuisance, right? Doesn't do too much damage, but definitely forces that team to turn around and look for you, play around you. But unfortunately, as soon as Chime switches on to that, you have your team who can't back you up in harassing these the back line and into the supports. You instead have to turn around and try to kill your own flanker, and it is just so effective there. The plays that were made and the adjustments as well.
Absolutely, and just like that, we're getting ourselves ready for our grand finals, which is going to be Rizz Academy up against what was the name of the other team? Oh shoot, it started with
Kryix.
Kryix. I was like, it starts with a K. I remember that. But this is going to be good, because this is for the most amount of marbles on the table. It's going to be $1,500 for either Kryix or Rizz Academy to be able to win things out. So, Don't go anywhere, because we're going to be throwing to a break while we get these two teams set up for you. But you know what? You can type !jerky in the chat if you want to see what type of jerky you're going to be rolling. Otherwise, we'll see you on the other side of the break for grand finals. Let's see who's going to win it all.
Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks jerky made with 100% beef. Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks jerky made with 100% beef.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Jack
It's
Links
us!
Wild
Marks and
Side
Epitomes!
Rumble Series. It's us. What was our combined name? You had a really good name for that.
Marpitomes?
Marpitomes, there we go. But we are now making our way into our grand finals, going up for $1,500. It's going to be Kryix up against Rizz Academy. One of these teams gets that grand prize, but the other team still walks away with $750. Not too big of a deal. But you know what, Tala? I think that we are in for a very interesting match, just simply based off of how Kryix have played up until this point.
Yeah, I mean, Kryix, we see some interesting picks coming out from them. Obviously, you have like the classic Sojourn, you have the Lucio, you have the Kiriko, but the tank picks are a little bit more edgy, maybe is the word for it. And you also have the Echo, you know, the Echo comfort pick.
Yeah, Scissors playing on Kryix. We've seen Scissors play Tracer extremely well, Reaper, but also Echo. And it seemed like consistently this team was just going back to try and get that Sigma Echo online, which isn't really what meta is. But still, they were able to win out their battle 3-0. So you know what? There's something to be said there. Regardless, this time around, we start things out just like most classic Overwatch tournaments will be doing. And we're going to be starting out on our control map, which is first up going to be Ilios.
Yeah, Ilios. I definitely know what Ilios is. It's one of them is the well.
Yep.
And one of them is the lighthouse.
Yep. You're correct. It's the one with like the giant like statues in the background, you know? No?
Yeah. What's the third one?
Okay. Well, there's Lighthouse, there's Ruins, and there is Well. Going over to Greece, I believe, is where Ilios actually is. But a lot of different things can kind of come out here. What I'm most curious about is that Well point, specifically because that Well is in the middle, and you see, like, you know, Roadhogs come out, try to hook people in there, Lucio's going for boops. There's a lot of different styles that can be kind of run on Ilios.
Yeah, I think Ilios is really where you start seeing like the Reddit Lucios come out, if you know what I mean. Like they just start going around harassing people in the back line and they're like, let me boop you towards the big well in the middle of the control point.
It's true. And on top of that too, like that could actually be like game-changing moments, just getting that initial boop into the well. So gonna be a lot there, but first let's talk about some beef jerky, because beef jerky is great. I've got my pack right here. I've got the Hickory Smoke one. And you know what? If you're interested in what type of beef jerky you could potentially get, then go to jacklinks.ca. Ton of different variety, ton of different flavors. I'm just gonna shamelessly eat one on here. Usually I have to snack in between the maps, but this time around I get to do it on camera. And look at this! Orisa knows what's up. He's gonna be shooting those pepperoni sticks right into your mouth.
Anyone looking for some protein snacks?
Just get Orisa to just shoot them right into your gullet.
Gullet? Orisa is a horse.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe she's making horse pepperoni sticks. I don't know. It's pepperoni exclusively pork.
That's an extremely good question that I don't think I necessarily have the answer for right here. Listen, I know Overwatch. I don't know pepperoni though.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you know, it's not just beef jerky. There's also turkey jerky.
Mm-hmm. I've yet to try the turkey jerky, but they also too have like a full vegan jerky as well.
Oh, it's very true.
I'd be kind of curious to see what that one kind of tastes like too. But I'm sure it tastes great.
I feel like it will just taste like seasoning.
Isn't that kind of what you want from beef jerky though, you know?
Yeah. You don't want to chase the beef?
Nope. I mean, the beef is fine.
You just give me an ASMR eating while
The jerky is great. And honestly, like, what is beef but the vessel to transport the seasoning into your mouth? You know? I'm just saying. Think about that one for a second.
That's fair.
Okay, well, let's mull this back in. Let's talk about our two teams here, because we just saw Rizzington Academy go up against Altiora and sweep them 3-0. It was initially really close, but it really felt like Rizzington just got into their groove, and they looked so well rehearsed, didn't they, Tala?
Yeah, I mean, Rizzington, they ran basically one comp with some variation on the secondary DPS, but the dive comp that they were running was very, very strong. I mean, as it looked like it was really strong when they were running it. And one time they did troll pick Doomfist, but they immediately changed back to the Winston. And we saw Pummy also hover the Widowmaker, but they just changed back to the Sojourn. So I think we probably will just be seeing them stick to their guns unless Kryix really puts them on their back foot. Then I think that we're going to just see the same comps come out.
And this is actually a good point that you make, because with Kryix and how they play, we see them being a lot more versatile, a lot more adaptable in their compositions, as we had previously talked about. That could be what forces Rizzington into a bit of an uncomfortable position. Thus, they have to change up their compositions. And, well, we've seen them play Rush yesterday, but, you know, there's still a lot of question marks as to whether or not they are going to be able to perform at that high of a level. Regardless, let's go into Ilios. We'll be starting things out on Lighthouse. And let's see what these teams are going to be bringing out first.
So on Lighthouse, we have the Echo and the Sigma. I think that's what we kind of meant by the edgier picks. Okay, it's going to be a Tracer instead. And I feel like Tracer kind of really thrives in the chaos of like just dancing around these points, being unkillable while still having that recall up, because you don't really know where that Tracer is going to be at any point in time. Now just headed up all the way to that point, already firing up from the top. A lot of just shots being traded back and forth, but no kills just yet. It seems like they're going to start this first team fight right in the middle of this building. Oh, a Sombra actually. I didn't notice this from Chime, but that Sombra briefly went into stealth and is trying to hack that tank. Opia actually taking increased damage now because of that hack, but it doesn't look like Chime is going to confirm a pick.
Yeah, and even though this is the first point for Kryix, I wonder how Chime is going to be continuing to play on the Sombra pick. We're seeing the engagement come in from Rizz right now, but Scissors has just been running free, tries to go for the Sombra pick as well, has that recall to get away nice and easy, while Rizz Academy make their way onto the point here. It's going to be good for Kryix to be able to move things forward. Scissors falling a little bit low, able to disengage there as Pummy finally gets taken out by the accretion on the point. And look at this, Kryix, they do it. They're able to hold on to the point after yet another team fight. And honestly, I think that Scissors has just been running wild over them.
Yeah, I think Scissors was such a huge factor in that fight, and you can tell because you already have that Pulse Bomb up, and also Opia, that Sigma pick. You know, you expect to be able to harass especially a Sigma with a Sombra, but unfortunately it just wasn't the case. They were able to get them off the back of Chime, off the back of Opia, and that just makes it so much easier for Kryix. Rizz Academy now, Infected already gone down. Chime not finding the value that they need. The Pulse Bomb taking out Chime actually, and Scissors just on a rampage.
Yeah, Scissors has been going buck wild. Meanwhile, Chime hasn't been able to match that same level of momentum. Chime is finally getting close to that EMP, which could be very important to win here, but look at the amount of ultimates that Kryix have online. Honestly, with the Kitsune Rush alone, they might be able to win this team fight, and we're going to be seeing that come through exactly. Amazing has to watch their backline. It's going to be a sound barrier coming in from both sides of these teams. Amazing trying to make this one work. Derivative Flux on point, but the EMP actually cancels that one out, and now this could be Rizz Academy coming back into it, but never mind. Scissors still completely uncontested. Goodbye, Rye. Amazing, you're off onto the side. Infected might be the hero that Rizz Academy needs. Able to just slap more people around, looking for yet another pick. Goes for that Lucio, is able to find it, but still Scissors is running uncontested and just rampant on this point and on this team as well. It's now overtime. Rizz Academy yet to win a single team fight here, as a Kryix looks like they want to solidify this. Gonna be having the overclock there, a nice little zap shot coming in from Infected to make that one happen, and Rizz Academy get the flip, but this is gonna be Kryix disengaging before they decide to push in once again.
Yeah, they have some really good push here, especially with Scissors. Able to contest that point for so long, even though there wasn't really support that was in play. So just all alone, no healing, and still able to stay on site against a Winston in Primal Rage. And now Pummy actually taken down by Rymazing. That was such a nice shot from that Sojourn to take down the other DPS. And now you have, once again, Scissors actually shut down. Infected finally able to take out that pesky fly on the side of the Tracer. But Rymazing is going to take down Magic 8-Ball easily. Objective secured. They needed to contest. They needed to get aggressive, and it wasn't in the cards. And overclock use at the last second, not going to really net much.
No, and honestly, this is just Rizz Academy falling under the pressure that Kryix is applying to them. They have such a strong front line thanks to Opia on this Sigma, but meanwhile, Scissors is just kind of like a one-man operative, just going into the back line, putting in so much damage, able to take out so much of Rizz Academy's strategy. And on top of that too, being able to stay alive throughout all of it. Great stuff coming out from Scissors, really cutting their way through Rizz Academy.
Yeah, and now on this next map of Ruins, we are looking at a potential Symmetra come out from Chime, actually. And Chime is really that flex CPS, right? Oh, okay, it is just for the quick porting over. Yeah. Poor Symmetra, you know? Only wanted for the TP. And now switching over to the Tracer. Scissors, I mean, allowed to run wild, you know? It's just like an attack dog without a leash, and someone needs to put a collar on him because he is allowed to run rampant in this backline, force them to turn around, and Chime isn't actually getting the same value. It's like what we saw from the last series, except this time Rizz Academy is in Altiora's position.
Yeah, once again, Scissors still alive and completely unchecked. We talk about how much damage Pummy is able to put out initially, but the problem is that Pummy's too busy trying to deal with the Tracer just teleporting around. And as a result, Pummy can't really focus on that front line. Regardless, Rizz Academy are able to get that first control, but Rymazing finds the headshot onto Hanbei with the railgun. And Rymazing has been absolutely phenomenal on this Sojourn. Now getting a little bit more aggressive, Scissors winning out the Tracer duel. Now, it is only just a couple members left, but this should be Kryix able to tie things up and get that point. Oh yeah, railgun right on top of that Lucio. And now it's just a monkey, deal with that one, and Kryix get the flip.
Yeah, Rizz Academy, they are left a little bit on the back foot after that team fight, and Kryix now taking control of the point. Still, they have a little bit of time to get themselves back in order. Scissors in a good spot though. It's on top and it's just harassing. It's a pulse bomb as well, sticking onto Pummy. There's just such good use of Tracer's kit here, just dashing around the entire team and harassing. The pulse bomb from the other side. Chime, that was a close one. Rymazing and Elk both going down to this Tracer, and a stun from the Accretion to stop the Primal Rage for a second. Ooh, actually doesn't let themselves throw Scissors off the edge with the recall, and Kurova with a headshot onto the Tracer. Stop that harassing flanker. Pesky on the flank. Now Kitsune Rush coming out. Marks, this is so chaotic. So many ultimates being expended by all sides. Two sound barriers. There's the overclock as well. Now Kitsune Rush coming online from Hanbei, and it's going to be used immediately.
Yeah, they have to make sure that they stay into this fight so the Kitsune Rush comes online to make sure that this is still possible. Infected falling extremely low, but gets that healing of Funa. Still though, Rizz Academy haven't been able to find any picks, and that's the most important part of that Kitsune Rush. And so even though they have flipped the point around, they might lose it shortly. Kryix all over the place and still have two more ultimates online to be able to contest this. Finally, they do get the point flip as well. It's still a good hold by Rizz Academy, and still this fight is going on. Kryix and Rizz Academy not giving an inch because the other team is going to take a mile.
Yeah, Kryix actually is so much more aggressive than Rizz Academy is when it comes to taking these objectives. They always try to play a little bit more of a forward position, but it doesn't matter for Rizz Academy. They have that Winston. They're just diving right onto the site with the bubble and the Primal Rage. Rymazing brought down real low, but with the power slide out, is able to be kept alive and infected. So isolated from the rest of the team. Went a little bit too deep on the dive, and the rest of the team is just having to deal with Scissors as well as Elk, just kind of booping these players around.
Yeah, and just like that, Infected left out to dry like a piece of beef jerky as it gets nice and hard before getting seasoned. It's great, but Scissors still running rampant in the spawn. They're holding so far forwards. I'm not even sure that Rizz Academy are going to have an opportunity to be able to make their way forward. Opia really close to getting also to the Gravitic Flux online, which is going to be so difficult. Overtime is activated. Continuing Rush going to be used as well. Chime drops down the Pulse Bomb. Can't find anything. It's going to be a Flux in the air that immediately takes Pummy out of the fight. Not able to find anything, and okay, use that sound barrier just for good measure here. Now they just have to deal with Infected on the point. And Scissors has just been completely uncontested. Drops down the Pulse Bomb, doesn't find anything, and that is going to be quite alright because they will be able to find this first map win. Dominatingly, Kryix take it against Rizz Academy.
Yeah, that's just salt in the beef jerky wound. Now looking at the play of the game, I don't know. I don't know what I expected, but Infected definitely did play at the top of the game, you know, trying to get them off this point, contesting for a really, really long time, but it was just so isolating the way that this game was being played. It seemed like they were always able to separate the supports of Rizz Academy from that DPS as well as from the tank, and I think Winston is someone that really needs that backup, doesn't have the self-sustain, just can dance kind of in and out of the bubble, but other than that, outside of the bubble, outside of Primal Rage, you don't have as much HP as another tank, and you don't have the ability to gain shields the way that Sigma might.
And let's talk about this play that Scissors has been able to just kind of pull off, because just on this Tracer has been doing an amazing job of putting so much frontal pressure onto the back line of Rizz Academy that they just don't know what to do. This Tracer has gone completely uncontested by Rizz. Even though Chime, a really good Tracer player in their own right, it doesn't stand up to anything. The amount of value that Scissors has been able to get has just been insanity. Pummy didn't even get to play the game with how often Scissors was just checking that Sojourn, and that's a lot of frontal damage that just gets removed from the equation from Rizz Academy.
Yeah, and I feel like Pummy is also such an important condition to winning this game when you don't see Chimes being able to get that value by matching the amount of pressure. Like, he wasn't capable of putting out the same amount of damage, the same amount of pressure that we saw Scissors putting out. And when Chimes can't match, you gotta focus on Pummy. You gotta have that backliner constantly being able to output consistent damage, use those alternate fires for the one-shot headshots, but it just wasn't on, especially since you have just like a pesky fly going like this all around you all the time, and it was just so difficult for Pummy to actually play the game.
Yeah, and like that's the thing, you want your Tracer player to be that annoying for your enemy team, because then that just completely discombobulates everything, and especially too on these dive style compositions where you want Infected as well as Chime to be able to go in there while Pummy's got the back line just kind of raining down even more damage once people get dispersed. They can't do that because they're too busy worrying about the Tracer just kind of zip-zapping around and, you know, getting that recall, staying alive, and dropping a Pulse Bomb at your feet, left, right, and center. It was an unbelievable play that we saw come out from Scissors. But we do have map number 2 now. It is going to be Escort, and we are going to be going to Watch Point Gibraltar up next.
I mean, it's an escort map, right? So I think Watch Point Gibraltar, there's not really any really strong defensive points on this map or really strong offensive points. It's a pretty even-sided map. There are some like high grounds, some bridges, some low grounds that can be a little bit tougher, but all of those chokes I feel like are equally as strong at every single point. It's not really as it favors one side like Route 66, how you really want to be fighting for that third point if you lose the first choke.
I still can't believe that you call it Route 66.
Okay, Route 66.
There we go. Thank you,
how do you tell the difference between a route, like tree roots, and like route, like a road then? How do you tell the difference?
I don't think you would... Oh, hang on. Oh, beef jerky. Give me a second. Here we go. But I don't think you really have to really tell that difference, because if you're talking about a tree, you're probably not talking about a road. You know what I mean? Like, there's
well,
not
you
much
never know.
overlap there.
You really never know.
Yes, my tree number 66. My favorite tree. But okay, this is interesting. We're seeing now Kryix actually conform a bit more to the meta, except Elk is going to be on this Ana instead. So they're giving up that Lucio speed boost in favor of having those sleep darts as well as the anti.
You know, I think this is actually just such a good adjustment, especially on this map, because you want to play those high grounds, and it's hard for Lucio to get the same amount of value when your team isn't really stacked up on one another. But they're kind of letting the payload go through under this bridge right now. Chime's still on the Tracer, finding a little bit of damage onto this team, but other than that, it's really not much. The first choke seems like it's going to be a pretty easy cleanup for Rizz Academy. They're looking pretty practiced. Elk trying to find a little bit of damage, unfortunately not able to take down the Ana for Chime. But still payload pushing forward uncontested.
Yeah, and this is a lot of distance, despite the fact that there's been no real big team fight here. It's just kind of pure chaos going on here, but Scissor's able to find Pummy first. Should allow Kryix to be able to move forwards a bit more. Rizz Academy, they're still trying it. Chime going in so deep. Has the recall to stay alive. That was a huge anti-nade that kind of came in there. Scissors goes down, and that might be enough for Rizz Academy to be able to secure this first point. Goes in, drops the pulse bomb in, is able to find Kiriko in the backline, but Elk finds Infected, and it's going to be the nano-boosted Opia on Winston now. Able to stay alive onto this point. Finally, a first team fight win for Kryix.
Those were some really, really quick ultimates. 2 pulse bombs on either side, as well as the nano boost to come out. And now Rizz Academy, they still are very, very close to the checkpoint. But there is no one sitting on it in order to push it forward. And they're trying to push it backwards, but with the Kitsune Rush coming out on both sides, it's so chaotic. Neither side can really see what's going on. And we saw that anti, but completely cleansed by the protection Suzu. And now it's Rizz Academy in this team fight. 2 of the players are anti, but there's no one to follow up with the DPSs out of the fight. And now it's reaching that first checkpoint to change up the spawns a little bit.
And honestly, I have to admit, I think that was literally just the difference of bringing in an Ana versus that Lucio. Sure, the anti-nade is going to be good, but it just gets cleansed immediately. And on top of that too, Magic Mayfall using the sound barrier. That you don't have to worry. That's not technically healing. That's overhealth or shields. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the green bar. A lot of changes happening lately, but now it's gonna be Rye Amazing using the overclock, looking for a little bit more damage here. Infected is up top there, but Chime actually finding Scissors, wants to flex the Tracer just a little bit more, and Opia falling extremely low. This is gonna be easy for Rizz Academy. They're looking to turn this one back, and Chime is the only one on the cart, continuing to push it forward. It's more or less gone uninterrupted this entire map thus far.
They haven't really been fighting for objective at all. It seems that they're trying to play from these vantage points, but they don't seem to be getting much value out of it. They switched back to the Lucio here, and we actually have taken out Scissors onto the Reaper, and I think having the Lucio close by to the Reaper is a good choice, but ooh, not in this case, because they're just getting harassed by Chime and Pummy, and all these DPSs dishing out the damage. Checkpoint number 2 reached with ease, and they're just pushing them back into the spawn. Chime unafraid, as well as that Winston right beside them. Infected does go down to Rye Amazing eventually though, and Kryix is forced to back off a bit more.
Look at this, the echoes come out. Scissors going back onto the comfort pick, already got that 43% ult charge thanks to that 30 carry over. Chime could be going in here, but Kurova actually finds Pummy with the kunai. Kurova's been extremely good at throwing those kunais and finding heads. And Opia actually back on to the Sigma as well. They're sticking to their guns. We've seen this composition come out time and time again from Kryix, and they feel so comfortable in order to dismantle what could be considered the meta comp in this current day and age of Overwatch 2, Tala.
Yep. I mean, here is the Primal Rage from Infected going really far into the back line. It's looking like that's just a dead Infected. Nope, Infected is alive, but I'm not even sure where he went. And now Kryix is able to push them back a little bit further. They're now actually contesting the point, sitting on top of that payload, and now they've actually crowded up the Tracer in a little crowded room, but it doesn't matter. The recall is out. Chime does get real low, has to pull up the pus bomb, and Pummy actually gets taken out of the fight here by Elk.
Yep, another team fight win for Kryix. They are really in their stride. Gonna have 5 ultimates online for this next fight. Look at this, Chime actually trying to match the Echo. This looks like the story of Scissors versus Chime. Thus, the DPS battle shall commence. It's going to be Infectious Susan going in there as well. The duplication going to be online. Now there's a monkey online for Kryix, but Pummy is going crazy in the backline. Has the overclock now online, immediately looking for more value than just finding Rymazing, but eventually gets pressured down by the supports. And honestly, that Primal Rage coming in from Scissors was more than enough to buy a little bit more time for Kryix, not giving up the entire team take. The Kitsune Rush going to be coming online for both of these teams now. We're going to be seeing it. Chime actually wins out the beam battle, and Opia used the Flux, but didn't find too much value. An overclock coming in from Rymazing will call for the retreat from Rizz Academy. There's still 2 minutes on the clock, though. Rizz Academy still looking to at least get to that third point.
Oh! Okay. Landing on top of Rymazing apparently killed him, and now we are seeing that the echoes are kind of ringing down fire from above, but in the same time, when you're in a fight with Chime against Rymazing, there are Scissors, they're just kind of 1v1ing each other, and it seems like Chime has come out on top. So Rizz Academy all the way to the third point with 1:40 seconds left over.
Ooh, we got a game on our hands. It looked so one-sided on map number 1, but you know what? This was Rizz Academy's pick for a reason. They look very comfortable. Honestly, Chime has been doing a great job of matching Scissors. We talked about how key Scissors was in order to just dismantle Rizz Academy, but not this time. Chime is filling that role perfectly, and on top of that too, Pummy has been very just forward thinking in momentum wise, just moving forwards and finding picks so early on, just as the fight kind of begins.
Now we got to see if Kryix is going to be able to push far enough. It looks like Opia might be taking out the Sigma once again. Chime back onto that Tracer to try and find that early value of that little rush that you can get right at the beginning. But Opia still doesn't know what tank is going.
I think that there's a decision that has to be made here. Okay, that was not what I was expecting for a decision being made, if I'm being completely honest with you. But maybe this Roadhog will be what kind of changes the things there. I don't imagine that we're actually going to be seeing the Symmetra come out necessarily. It might just be for that fast TP, get that Roadhog into position, find an early pick, and then things should work out well. Let's see how this goes. Chime's still on the Echo as well. Rizz Academy looking to hold this successfully. Okay, it's going to be that cheeky hook. Only finds the tank, so Rizz Academy walking away with everybody still alive. And now Kryix are going to move that one forward. Let's see if they're as successful on these first 2 points.
Alright, it's looking like Opia trying to go for that early hook to get the players out of position from Rizz Academy. It's just such an interesting choice to choose this Roadhog, but I mean, you can soak up so much damage with the Hog and kind of just sit on this point as well because of Take a Breather. You don't need the supports right next to you, and then they can really focus on trying to get these DPSs with their health up. But unfortunately, Rymazing, speaking of health, and Opia as well, that was such a nice play from Chime. I feel like Chime is perfectly comfortable with this Echo pick, and Scissors is being outclassed on his own comfort pick.
This is wild. Just to kind of see, but at the same time, I think that it speaks to the teamwork and coordination coming out from Rizz Academy. They're so focused as long as they don't get disrupted in their team comp, which is what we saw on map number 1. This time around, Kryix going to be taking the high road. Opia finds Chime actually with that hook, able to go sky fishing, and now is just holding down this front line, falling extremely low, but is going to get healed up and finds Magic Mate Ball as well. That should be more than enough to make sure that Kryix can walk this one forward. And yeah, like you said, Scissors might be outclassed, but Opia's doing a really good job of putting that forward pressure onto Rizz Academy, just holding things down, and now has that whole Hog online.
Yeah, that was a really nice hook to get Pummy out of the game, because you mentioned how good Pummy was at getting that pressure in. And here's the whole Hog coming out. Opia takes down Infected with such ease, and it seems like the rest of Rizz Academy are looking to try and find a little value from the Kitsune Rush, but it hasn't forced them back at all. They're able to get the checkpoint, and it's still being contested here. They're not allowing it to move forward, but even then, the spawn is right there. Elk is able to find one, and Kryix, they stay alive just a little longer.
Holy crap. This hog is going wild. Opia is doing such a good job.
He's going whole hog.
Well, not quite. I mean, he did go whole hog there. Chime able to take out Ryan Amazing. An excellent first pick, but they have to do something about Opia on this hog. It's just so much value being able to get it. You know what? Get a road hog as well. That might be more than enough.
My
Kitsune Rush going to be used reflexively from Kryix to try and keep him alive, but not able to do so. Now Chime looking to just get the whole hog online, is going to be able to do that. Just pressures into the back line, but not able to secure any kills, unfortunately. But taking out the hog was more than enough to just stop that payload for just a second.
Oh, that was really nicely done from Chime once again. The Echo pick, it's just like, it just seems so good. And that hook onto Opia to get them out of the game, and the whole hog, just a little bit more space making. Amazing able to find one scissors. This is their Echo now, and we can see what happens. A duplicate is online, but it doesn't look like it's going to be doing anything just yet. They're waiting for a good moment for the team fight. Oh, has found the tank to just morph into. The bubble has been dropped, but unfortunately, yeah, taken out.
And that's the power of the laser beam from Echo. Infected pops that Primal Rage, looking for something here, but Amazing actually using the overclock as well. Puts a lot of frontal pressure forward, but goes right into Rizz Academy and gets taken down. Chime completely swapped off the Echo now. Back onto this Tracer, which was such a menace previously. Sticks the Roadhog, does get taken out, but will take that trade. Scissors, meanwhile, able to find Infected. Hanbei trying to keep everybody alive, has that Kitsune Rush, but they will yield that second point as well. That's going to be Kryix winning things out. Scissors coming alive yet again onto this Echo pick. And just like that, this is looking like they might be able to get a faster time bank. Kryix really showing it to Rizz Academy.
Yeah, this is really scary here. And, I mean, it literally just is overtime, right? If they are able to get this last checkpoint. And Scissors is making sure to harass them the best they can from above on top of this bridge, just out of the sight lines. Now Chime has an Echo of their own instead of the Tracer. And here's the Kitsune Rush coming through from Kryix to get that attack speed up, get that firing really fast. But Hanbei has an Kitsune Rush of their own, but it's Rizz Academy's Kiriko that does get taken down, and Infected just jumping right out of all that damage, while Kryix is able to leap forward and take up more space, more and more, as they retreat back into their spawn. Pummy with the overclock. Can they be the change maker here? Amazing taken down. Pummy with 2 with the overclock, and now it's Chime who tries to find another. Opia is just going to be taken down as well with just the primary fire of the railgun, and now Kryix is forced to wait out the respawn points of the teammates.
I have to say, Pummy with these overclocks has been such a difference maker as well, coming in from Rizz Academy. They haven't really been contested ever since we saw Scissors swap off of the Tracer. And that might be the reason why their Pummy's actually able to get as much value as Pummy can do. Now, it is going to be a fight a little bit more spread out here from both these teams, but Opia holding down the front line now, has that Gravitic Flux online, looking for an opportunity to use it. Going to be popping it up, catches Pummy up into the air, but it's going to be a sound barrier that is used in response, and it should be more than enough. Never mind, the sound barrier coming out from Kryix as well might allow Kryix to have that opportunity to take Rizz Academy down. Scissors finding Chime with the laser beam, and now they're going to be walking things forward. Opia on the Sigma yet again, doing a lot of damage and keeping that forward momentum, keeping that pressure, keeping that presence, and now it's just up to Infected as well as Hanbei to keep this point alive. It's going to be the overclock coming online for Amazing. Amazing has done massive things before, but it's hard to deal with 2 Winstons at the same time. And well, okay, here we go. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush coming in as Bastion is now onto the field here. A Kitsune Rush comes out to match it, but the duplicate coming online as well. This looks like Rizz Academy might actually be able to stabilize themselves here. Thanks to that duplicate, Chime has a lot of HP. Infected falling extremely low. Magic Meatball making it back. Still 2 people on the point here, but it finally falls down. Rizz Academy, the stall was good, but you know what? They were able to at least lower the time bank, lower than their initial time set, and so that's going to be a win for Rizz Academy.
Yeah, now we are into overtime. Rizz Academy back on the attack to escort this payload as far as possible. And I think we saw a lot of adaptation from both of these sides. We saw the Roadhog come out. We saw the Chimes switch back from the Tracer into the Echo and kind of contest. We actually saw Pummy take out the Bastion, which I suppose isn't a bad choice when you're literally just right next to your spawn, don't need the mobility, and kind of just want to spray down. But otherwise, when they're trying to contest this point, I feel like we are going to be seeing a lot of the same thing that we have been. Scissors and Chime both on the Echo as that secondary pick.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Kryix, they're going to be starting us out on their offense as they have the lower time bank, and they're going to set where that golden box of victory will be. And the Rizz Academy will take the attack next and see if they can match it. Potentially tying the series up 1-1, but Kryix, I'm going to be honest with you, Opia on this hog was it. That was it. That was so good coming out from Opia. Just using that hook to be able to find those quick picks onto the backline of Rizz Academy was so key in this forward momentum of Kryix. Just kind of
Yo, what is this Symmetra?
Yeah, the Symmetra just for the TP once again. And then probably, yeah, Rizing back onto the Sojourn as well. No hooks this time around as Kryix start moving that card.
Yep, here we go again. Symmetra for the TP, and now it almost looked like they were going to keep it, but they didn't. And now Kryix is just trying to spam a few shots up onto the high ground. Ooh, really low. That was the close one with the railgun. Chime looking to block them off from the drop out here over the bridge, but it doesn't look like there's going to be much contention. Scissors with the laser to find one of their supports, and now they're missing a speed boost.
Well, Chime able to find the better half of Scissors, but Health takes the monkey out of the equation now. Opia could be the biggest thing. Oh, misses the hook actually. That might have almost been fatal, but has to take a breather. So we'll get some health back. And this is honestly a really good stall coming in here. Finally, Pummy's going to be going down to that hook. Has to be careful though about Hanbei. 10 seconds left on the clock, but this should be point number 1 for Kryix here, Tella.
Yeah, and now they only have a few seconds left over. All of this is overtime as long as they do keep contesting this. And it's looking, I don't know, this is very, very dicey for both of these squads. Kryix pushing pretty far. Is looking like with the overclock, maybe something can happen. Kitsune Rush has gone out from Kryix. Oh, Pummy is able to find Scissors, but it doesn't matter. 2 are traded back. Kurova is doing such good work and still being contested, dancing around that payload. 1-1 on top of the objective, and go time from Rizing. It's not gonna happen. Infected finds something. They're still pushing that cart. The whole hog goes out, has to take a breather, and there's so much damage that can be absorbed by this Winston. It's not gonna matter.
Wow.
All the way to 40 meters.
At the same time though, like, that was an excellent push coming out from Kryix. Rizz Academy, oh boy, that, like, given their time bank, they have 1 minute and 41 seconds left, right? It is possible for them to get here, but they can't really lose a team fight. If they lose a team fight, then I think that it's going to make that so much more difficult for them. A great overtime push, honestly, coming in from Kryix. And it's really funny watching Pummy play the Sojourn right now, because now that Scissors has swapped off of that Tracer, Pummy is so confident. We're almost seeing Pummy play Sojourn like Tracer, just going right into the team, you know, getting so much charge, fires down the Disruptor shot pretty much at his own feet, and then just trying to get those right clicks left, right, and center. So, Rizz Academy, ball's in your court. Will you tie up our series 1-1? Kryix looking to hold here, and they keep Opia on the hog, which I think is actually working out really well for this team.
Yeah, I think the hog has been able to soak up so much damage at the front line, and since there's like no anti-heal or anything, and it's easier to take Rizz Academy out of their positions than to actually go in and try to dive them, because Rizz Academy, they have proven they are very good at that dive composition, and you can't really outplay them at their own game. But Scissors now switching back onto the Tracer. This is going to be pretty worrying for Pummy, who has been a pretty big difference maker with the overclocks, with those right clicks, and having them like basically be fired at point blank makes them really hard to miss. But Scissors now going to try to get some ult charge off of harassing the back line.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. Will they be able to contend with the Scissors? Continuing to put a lot of pressure from up top, but that cart continues to move forwards. This is very reminiscent of Rizz Academy's first attack here. The Scissors wasn't on that Tracer to start things out. Now going in onto the back line here, not actually getting super aggressive here, but Infected falls extremely low. Scissors getting pressured down, does get taken out, but trades with the Winston, and that is going to be more than enough. Kryix are happy with that because that Tracer can get back extremely quickly. Magic 8 Ball falling down. This could be disastrous for Rizz Academy. They lose Hanbei as well. Initially, they would have had a couple of team fights, but now it might just down to be one.
No, Pummy got hooked. And Opia, just one shot with the shotgun, takes down that DPS. And now it's spawns coming up for both DPSs of Rizz Academy. They have to regroup. They have to play for overtime. It's 30 seconds left over. They haven't even gotten that first checkpoint, and they're not on the on the payload. It's being pushed back right now by the defenders back towards the spawn of Rizz Academy, but they've gotten on top of the objective. Now Opia just firing away with the shotgun in a 1v1 with the enemy tank Infected versus Opia, but with the take a breather, the whole hog comes on the line, stuck onto the tank as well and pushed off the point. There is no way that they're going to be able to get the objective. Oh, and overtime actually. There's a Tracer on point, but it's not going to last for long, being forced off very quickly. And Kryix take another win.
Yeah, you know, once again, that's why I said that push was so good from Kryix with their smaller time bank. But boy, how do they make that one work. We're going to be seeing Scissors with the play of the game on Echo. That's probably going to be one of these duplicates here. Never mind. Just give them the laser beam. Looking for Hanbei next, but I'm going to be honest with you, Scissors continuing to play that Tracer is going to really dismantle things for Rizz Academy. They look like they struggle every time that Tracer actually does come out there, because when we see that Echo come out, Chime can match that Echo. Chime actually, in my opinion, does a little bit better on the Echo, able to find and take people out just at the start of it, but Scissors is just so good on that Tracer, and really the difference maker on this team.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see any differences on the support picks, because we did see Elk momentarily have that Ana in, but it doesn't seem like they have a better combination than that Lucio, Kiriko. I mean, you could try something maybe with a Baptiste as well, since you have that amplification matrix. It'll probably give you around the same amount of damage as you can get with the Kitsune Rush with the fired up attack speed. But it is a little bit harder to use and land that kind of ultimate than it is for the Kitsune Rush, so I understand what's happening with the support duo.
Yeah, now we're getting our meaty moment right now, watching some of these plays. Honestly, I was still very surprised that Rizz Academy were able to hold that last checkpoint there, but once again, Opia playing this hog seems like that was the solution to dismantle things. These hooks have been so instrumental in just finding value, and on top of that too, using those whole hogs to take out individual players. And that's the thing, when you talk about Rizz Academy's composition, they have to play together as a team. They have to go in as a team, and they got to be nice and coordinated as a team. But if that hook just lands one, then that just completely flies out the window, and then that's when we really get to watch Rizz Academy kind of dismantle themselves. So it's tough, but you know what? They got to start to figure something out, because now we're going to be moving over to potentially match point, which is going to be a push map. As we know, I assume we're going to be still seeing Rizz Academy bring out that very dive style composition, but I'm curious to see what Kryix want to show us.
Yeah, I mean, Kryix, they were doing fine on their push maps, honestly, and it is the loser's choice. So we have the choice of Esperanza, Queen Street, and Coliseo. So out of those three, I'm not sure which one they pick. I think Kryix, we actually did see them pick or play New Queen Street the other day, so we know that they have a little bit of practice on that map already. And on a push map, the thing is, if you don't have that early advantage, you have like the long walk back with the robot, which is just the toughest part, because you can't just win one team fight. When you're trying to retake the objective, you have to win probably at least two in order to even start getting that push.
Absolutely. I mean, To be fair, though, the last time we did see Kryix play the push map, they went for that Sigma, right? And the Sigma did work out on control as well. I wonder if they bust the Sigma out here, but at the same time, Opia with the Hog, it seems like that has kind of been really good thus far. So I'm kind of curious to see what we're going to be busted out here. Who knows? Maybe we'll see Rizz Academy actually change up their compositions as well. Once again, Infected, very good Reinhardt player as well. But unfortunately, Reinhardt doesn't seem like the move, especially on a map like a push map. And actually, we do have our next map, which is going to be New Queen Street.
Okay, New Queen Street, not bad. I mean, you never know with the Reinhardt, you know, because the greatest thing about Reinhardt is you can just hold right click and walk at the same time. That's like not something you can do with any other tank, right? Because Sigma, you need to manually reposition. But if you're Reinhardt, you get to hold right click. And that's such a huge difference, you know?
Okay, well, let's take a look at this. Already, we're getting teased with some of these compositions here. It looks like Infected will be sticking onto the Winston, but we might actually be seeing the Ashe.
Oh,
I don't know if I agree with this.
Yeah, I don't know.
5, 4.
Because you already have Pummy, right? And Pummy, just right click, basically does what Ashe's like scoped in left click does. So it's not really like you need that extra little bit of range DPS. But Ashe at the same time, like she does have that little bit of knockback in the coach gun. So you can use her at close ranges while also being able to snipe. But I feel like Sojourn just fills Ashe's niche better. But with Bob, you have that extra little bit of pressure when you put that extra player onto the field, which is also very important in Overwatch too, because you it's a meat shield as well as doing damage.
Yeah, and honestly, this Ashe might be good to try and deter the Tracer away. At least with the coach gun, you can push Tracer away and inflict quite a bit of damage. So that could be one of the reasons here, as now Scissors has to focus down 2 targets in the kind of these long-range sight lines. Still though, Opia playing the Sigma is a pretty good way to kind of contest that. Pummy though, starting it out with the first pick, does get traded out. Scissors ready for it yet again. But that still will allow Chime to be able to plunk in a bit of damage. As Rizz Academy, they're going to be able to push this robot first. But now this is going to be Kryix trying to move in here and get a little bit more momentum. Kurova finds Magic 8 Ball, and that should be more than enough for Rizz Academy to decide to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, and look at all the shields that are out here, right? I think the thing about Ashe is that she's not a good shield breaker, and if you do have a shield character like Sigma, then Ashe doesn't find the value because she's kind of been left up there just shooting shots, and nobody cares. Nobody's even looked at Chime in that sense. But Opia is just on a rampage now, taking out Hanbei. Rizz Academy, they are at a little bit of a... They're actually getting the advantage. They're getting the upper hand with that pick from Chime, and Infected's Primal Rage finding 2.
Yeah, you know what? I take it back. Chime on this Ashe is doing fantastic. Chime has been actually finding a lot of the support players because they're so busy dealing with Pummy that Chime is just allowed to go for those long-range sight lines, and Ashley was able to take out Scissors as well. So this is really working out, and now we'll have Bob almost on a line. We're seeing Rymazing actually swap and go onto the Sombra, so they're hard committing to this dive. But now Bob is going to be online and onto the field, going to be spraying them down as the Kitsune Rush actually gets activated as well. But once again, the coach gun pushing people in front of the B.O.B. Opia though still good with it, able to take Hanbei out first. No reflex. Oh, that was absolutely disgusting. Chime with the reflex headshot onto Scissors is going to be more than enough. And we actually see Opia swap over onto the Winston as well. Kryix are committed to this dive. And Scissors, enough with the Tracer, going to be on the 76 now.
Well, this is really interesting, right? Because we talked about how Sojourn basically does Soldier 76's job as well, you know? But now they have the Sombra instead, and I think what they're really looking for is that target selection, being able to get increased damage on some of their targets as soon as you get that hack down. And also, you kind of have like a little bit of a self-sufficient aspect with this Sombra. But now with the sound barriers coming out as well as the Kitsune rush on the side of Rizz Academy, Opia gets taken down real quick by this Reaper. Scissors?
I just decided to walk that one off. right off the edge of the map, actually. It does get taken out, and take a look at this. Chime actually swapping onto the Reaper now. This is like hero roulette going on right now, and Rizz Academy are doing a really good job of just being on the cutting edge of it. Scissors now going to be playing the Sojourn, while Rymazing is going to be playing the Sombra still. And Rymazing does get spotted out there, but is able to escape. Rymazing has that EMP online.
Yeah, Kryix have barely pushed at all while they already have that forward spawn. And it's still going to be good spawn for Rizz Academy here, as Kryix are kind of struggling to contest this robot. Chime is kind of allowed to just rampage with these shotguns and is not really being questioned at all by Kryix. They don't have much of an answer. There's the EMP though, actually doing a lot of damage onto Infected with the SMG, but it's not going to be enough. The hack comes out again, but forces the translocation after a bit of damage is taken, and Chime has the Death Blossom now up and ready to use. On the other side, Kurova with the Kitsune Rush is available.
This is unbelievable. Rizz Academy have forced Kryix to play their own composition. And we talked about when it comes to matching the compositions, Rizz Academy look a lot better on it. Look at this, Kryix. They're adapting themselves yet again. We're seeing so many swaps come through. Opia back onto the Hog, Scissors back onto the Echo, but it's Chime going in there. Immediately gets taken out by Elk. And a railgun shot, of course, from Rymazing to make that one possible. But now they're back onto the composition that won them the last match, and they're going to be sliding right into their own enemy team. Scissors able to find one. Opia good with yet another. Hanbei just alive on the point. Eventually does go down, but Rizz Academy have gotten so far already with that robot.
That was nicely done once again from Kryix to win that team fight. But yeah, it is just the long walk back towards that first checkpoint, right? And it seems like before they even get far enough, you already have Rizz Academy. Pummy with the overclock already just sitting there waiting, and now Chime is back on Ash looking for that Bob play, and you already have sound barriers from both sides, and Opia on the Roadhog hoping to make a difference, but the dynamic coming out, there's the duration over time, and you know, Opia able to find Pummy, but in close quarters, it's still not going to be enough. Opia finds one, but the team comes to back him up, Scissors with the Echo, and they're able to actually win the second team fight required, necessary in order to get that robot to start pushing their payload.
This almost feels like we're about to set a new record on how often these heroes are swapping.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable. But
we're playing mystery heroes.
Yeah, we literally are. Chime back onto the Sash, though, might be
except
trying
for
to contest
supports
with Scissors up in the air. We know that Chime is pretty good on the Echo as well, but you know what? That Dynamite is really good as well as that Bomb, so why not play the Ash instead? And you know what? This might just be comfort picks coming through here. Opia back onto the Hog yet again, but now Scissors duplicates the Winston. Gonna be going right for Pummy. Pummy running for his life, immediately gets taken out though. That's an unbelievable amount of damage output as Infected cleans up Scissors. It's gonna be a sound barrier coming in from Elk to try and stabilize the team a little bit more, but it might be a little bit too late. Never mind, Rymazing comes up big yet again with a pick onto Chime, looking for yet another. Hawks the overclock, thinks this is still winnable, is gonna be met with Infected Primal ranging up into his face. That is a good way to check that Sojourn. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush from Kurova, but it might be a little bit too late. That ultimate is going to be more or less wasted. As Kryix, they get sent back to spawn. Rizz Academy stabilizing themselves. Chime really close to Bob now.
Yeah, now the spawns are coming back up from Kryix, but it's going to be tough. That little hallway isn't even being contested, and I feel like that's one of the easiest choke points to hold on New Queen Street. Instead, they have to go around the corner. It's Opia who has to contend with now a Kitsune Rush coming out from Hanbei very quickly. Chime also has Bob available, so they can put that extra man on the field whenever they want to. Pummy has the overclock coming back up very soon, whilst Kryix, it's just so expensive for them. They don't have any ultimates available. They have to just deal with what they have on the table, and what they have isn't much. There's the overclock coming through, but Scissors actually does get Chime taken out of the fight, so there's no possibility of Bob here at the very least. The team fight is in Rizz Academy's favor was for a moment, but with the help of the sound barriers and the right click from the railgun, it's no longer going to be in the cards for Kryix.
Yeah, Kryix actually has to disengage with that. So much overhealth coming in from Magic 8-Ball. Able to stabilize their teams, and now Chime had more than enough time to be able to walk it in. Scissors has to be the one to check that Ash. Bob's going to be on the field. That's what they didn't want to come out here. As Pummy just gets right in front of Scissors' face. Eventually, that's going to be Bob already down. Rymazing almost gets Pummy mid-air with the railgun. Unable to secure the kill onto that one. It's still incredibly close, but who else but the Roadhog actually gets taken out. Too much frontboard damage. It doesn't matter. Rymazing trying to make that one work. Infected now. Going to be using the Primal Rage. Move around the opponents, but actually they're going to be disengaging here. They've made more than enough distance. They know that there's not that much time. Keep everybody alive and try to go for one more good team fight.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, this is 50 seconds left over. Infected 100-0 with the pulse bomb from, or the right click from Scissors. So now the sticky bombs from Soldier 76 are going to be able to do some damage, and Opia just switched on to the D.Va, and this is so interesting because when you have that defense matrix up, it nullifies all of that damage coming through from Pummy with just the primary fire from the railgun. It is just so much, and now Soldier 76 having that aimbot with the visor coming through. It doesn't look like it's going to be doing much, though. Unfortunately, it's able to get a lot of damage down, but force them to retreat. But no conform picks, no sending anyone back to spawn. Kurova pops that Kitsune rush in a panic, trying to get all of the healing back onto this team. They're using the Suzu to keep the D.Va alive as the defense matrix comes back up, but it's overtime. It's being contested on the robot, but they need to touch, and Kurova and Elk both going down. This is looking like a Rizz Academy match.
Yep, that's going to be it. Rizz Academy, they're back into things. And Tala, we've got a game on our hands, and that game is Hero Roulette. Once again, we have Chime now swapped on to the Sombra to end things off here, but honestly, big shout out to Infected, getting the play of the game here. Infected looking extremely good on this Winston. The Primal Rages have been so well timed in order to deal with Rymazing whenever that overclock was ready. As soon as overclock got pumped, you could tell it was just like, okay, now's the time to go. Infected is going to just hop onto it and shut down everything and make sure that Rymazing can't get away with using that overclock, not even getting a railgun shot off. So now we get these meaty moments. Oh, what an amazing flank
that
coming
shot
in
was
from
so
Chime.
good.
Unbelievable stuff, honestly, from Chime this match.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about how Chime was going to be the flexible player, and I think we're seeing a lot more of that flexibility on a proper hit scan roll and making a huge impact this game.
Yeah, I mean, I really like to see Chime playing that hit scan. The Sombra, not like it's different, you know, when you see someone playing that Widowmaker, when you see someone playing like a Ashe or in the Kree, you know that it's like one shot. They're like basically the only people in the game that have like actual guns that aren't fully automatic. If I'm correct. So it is really impressive when you see people landing those headshots.
Yeah, and on top of that too, like using Bobs in such good positions, but also just being so gosh darn flexible. Like that is something that I don't think we expected to see necessarily from Rizz Academy. We had seen Kryix play around, you know, use different hero compositions to try and put a little bit more pressure onto the enemy team, but we hadn't really seen that from Rizz Academy previously. And it's so nice to see that when they do try something different, they're able to actually make it work. They've analyzed what Kryix are doing, and they're actively trying to counter them. Whenever hero swaps came through, we saw hero swaps come in on the other side. And then another set of heroes would come through. All of that type of stuff. But next up, this is going to be a King's Row. This is going to be Kryix taking us here, as it's going to be first Rizz Academy starting out on the attack.
Hey, is Chime actually going to play this Widowmaker, or am I being trolled? Like, am I being trolled by DPS diversity, or is this actually going to happen? Because I feel like the reason that we think Chime is so good, and like on that Echo as well, when it seems to be Scissors' comfort pick, is because the paradox of being an Echo main is that you simultaneously main everybody else.
Yep, that's true. If you think about it, you got to be able to play every other hero decently. But yeah, Chime just looking for a cheeky little shot to start us off. I assume we will be seeing a swap. Oh, onto the Reaper. Okay, Rizz Academy back to their bread and butter of compositions that we have seen thus far. Let's see how they deal with Scissors this time, though. Scissors on that Tracer has been what has dismantled this team previously. See if they do that again. Engagement already coming through, and Ryan Amazing is already down. Never mind. Pummy just runs over Elk as well.
Oh,
and even
okay.
though Scissors is in the back line, not going to be able to do too much. This should be the first point going to Rizz Academy.
Yeah, that was a very, very easy, painless. I mean, that's easy breezy cover girl, and that's what we saw from. I thought that Arizona heard that and was like, no,
Triggered.
I'm not dealing with this. We're done.
What happened to the jerky puns? Why are we moving away from those?
What do you mean? It's easy breezy meaty.
There we go. You saved it. You saved it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see how this goes, because also too, we saw Rizz Academy playing this yesterday, and they looked very comfortable on Kings Row, very dominant, honestly. And Kryix are now actually matching the composition of Rizz Academy. This is going to be really interesting as we get into this, because Rizz Academy looked very comfortable onto this dive already. They're going to be bashing their heads against each other, but no kills thus far. Rizz Academy decide to back off here as Kryix are able to hold that cart just outside of the arches.
Doesn't look like there is a lot of damage going down from Amazing's side just yet, but with the help of those right clicks on the railgun, that might change. But being corralled now by the Winston Chime is able to find one, and as the ultimate charges are coming up, we already have that Kitsune rush that can potentially be used by Kurova to try and hold them back. And as I say that, the overclock also comes online on the other side. Sound barrier, and with Chime going down like that, seems like they're going to want a little bit of extra survivability from that Kitsune rush, from the sound barrier. Doesn't look like they want to fight for it, though. Instead, Kryix is just sitting on top of the payload, making a push back towards Rizz Academy's spawn.
Yep, alright, here we go. Kitsune Rush is going to be online for both of these teams. Everybody going zip zip zoom. It's going to be Sound Barrier first coming out of Rizz Academy, but look at that. It's going to be Chime coming in with the Death Blossom to just eat through a lot of that over health in Rizz Academy. This Death Ball be rolling, and it's going to roll right over the graves of Kryix as they should be able to get the second point.
Team kill from Rizz Academy. It's looking like it's just an easy checkpoint once again, like you said, and they're going to be able to push on to the third pretty easily with 5 minutes left over. 5 minutes to push this final point, and it's not even too convincing of a choke. I think this is just one corner, but they are able to take out the overclock. They're trying to get the pick here, trying to line it up. Amazing is able to find a bit of damage onto Magic Mate Ball, but not the kill, and it's just not as much value as you would like. Oh, well, okay.
Well, that's a little bit scary. In fact, they're able to find Ryan Amazing there. It's going to be a Death Blossom from Scissors that doesn't actually find that much value. It's all infected all day. He's able to use that Primal Rage to a T. Takes out Elk as well, and now there's just Opia on this monkey. Also in Primal Rage mode, but will just be burned through Rizz Academy. They continue to assert their dominance rolling forwards, potentially setting a 4-minute plus time bank.
And this is just such a good time bank that they have so far. Scissors, however, able to just snipe Pummy off the top of that roof. And now we have Opia once again on the Roadhog. And I'm not sure what can happen here with this Roadhog now being taken out, but it seems like Rizz Academy have decided to disengage for the time being. Opia is looking and out for blood, but is not going to be able to find it.
Okay, here we go. Off the bat, Ryan Amazing finds Magic Mate Ball. Sound Barrier comes out reflexively from Kryix, but unfortunately, not too much needed from that one. Still Chime able to find one here as we see Scissors go in for it. Takes out Hanbei. And yeah, okay, Kryix, now they're back into their comfortability on these hero picks. Specifically, we're seeing that Echo as well as that Hog. And this might be enough to deter Rizz Academy from potentially getting that third point.
Thank you for the assistance.
That was a really nice picks coming out from this Echo. And now Kryix, they are still contesting. It's being pushed back slowly, but slowly, you know? Slowly, I feel, is the name of the game. And Rizz Academy actually somehow has gotten behind Kryix. And with the help of the Kitsune Rush, there's the Death Blossom from Chime. It only finds one, and Opia trades it. Infected actually goes down with the help of the Railgun. And now it is just overclock available for Amazing. They have to contest. They have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left over, which is such a huge amount of time. Swift Step allows Hanbei to escape, so they can't really wipe out Rizz Academy team here.
Oh, look at this, Rizz Academy. They're changing it up. Infected over to the Orisa, while Chime is going to match Scissors on this Echo, but a duplicate already ready from Scissors. This next team fight is going to be interesting, to say the least. Kitsune Rush going to be activated first. Scissors just going in for the kill. Goes to the adaptive circuit, and it's Lucio once again, looking to charge up that sound barrier as soon as possible. Chases down, actually finds Pummy. Are you kidding me? Doesn't even need the sound barrier for this one. And you know what? That was a lot of ults that did get forced out here from Kryix. So Rizz Academy are okay with that one. But they need to find a foot in the door. Otherwise, Kryix are just going to continue to win this out and honestly cycle their ultimates.
Ooh, a good call from Scissors to retreat back to the payload. A sense that there was going to be someone coming. The energy javelin comes in, and the spin is able to negate a lot of damage. But here's the whole hog with the help of that sound barrier, not afraid to just go ahead and hold left click on top of that ultimate. But unfortunately, the Orisa is contesting them on the point. We also see that Hanbei is right behind, just pocketing with all those healing Ofuras, making sure that Orisa's health stays up. Still a minute 20 seconds left over. This are whittling down the time second by second by second. And Kryix, they are forcing Rizz Academy back. Infected still yet to come up, but even now that he has, they only have those two ultimates available. They have the Terra Surge as well as the Overclock. And Pummy, I feel, needs to be the one who is getting these picks.
Pummy has the railgun online. Looking for more. Okay, Overclock going to be activated here. Just power down that hog. Scissors tries to go in for the pressure there. Pummy's able to escape from that. That could be huge. Now the Kitsune Rush going to be on a line for Rizz Academy. Pummy able to take out Rye. Amazing is what you needed to see. A Terror Surge gets used on the point to clear everybody away. 500%. Opia can't escape out of that one. They're trying to push everybody back and away to get this point secured. This third point was tough, but Rizz Academy are able to do it after 4 minutes. They cap with 35 seconds on the clock.
35 seconds, that is definitely scary, but I mean, at that very last fight, they were able to close out, and now Kryix, all they need to do is, you know, take a little bit less time. On the last escort map, Watchpoint Gibraltar, they were able to whittle it down, and even though they ended up with less of a time bank than Rizz Academy, in overtime they closed it out. And I'm wondering if we are going to see any changes in the team composition from Rizz Academy. We saw them tease a Widowmaker, saw them tease a, what else was it?
I think we also saw they've tried a couple of different tanks there, but the Widowmaker was the one that kind of stood out the most at the beginning. I think it was actually Kryix who were really struggling to find out what they felt comfortable playing. And I don't think that they can try to match Rizz Academy in that composition. They have to play differently. They have to go for this hog as well as this echo. I think it's working out tremendously for them, and Rizz Academy don't have a great answer to try and take them apart.
Is going for the Widowmaker, and I feel like it's both the enemy, or the attacking teams that have been looking to go for the Widow pick right at the beginning, finding that
Look
really
for that first
pick.
pop shot.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna find it though. No one's peeking.
Yeah,
You
it
know?
doesn't look like this is gonna be that.
They're hiding. They're just hiding. Where are they? Legitimately, where are they?
They're underneath the statue, but let's see if Rizz Academy are able to get their trap sprung out here. Kryix actually going in on the hotel. Finally, the trap is sprung, but it actually allowed for Rye Amazing to get into a very good off angle. And now Rizz Academy are a little bit scattered around. Obi able to take out Chime, and that could be Kryix actually being able to move things forwards. Yeah, they've taken down quite a few of their members there, and the healers are very taken up by Scissors. And so that is going to be a very fast team fight, and it works out in Kryix's favor 100%.
Yeah, this is looking like a very, very easy capture on this point. Maybe a little bit of contention, but it doesn't look like Kryix is going to allow Rizz Academy to push far enough up to stop them from taking this payload out of the garage and driving it down at King's Row. And now we have the Ashe once again. Chime has adapted, and Infected has also taken out the Orisa. Oh.
Well, little bit of a pause as we get into the meat of things. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think that Chime on this Ashe works pretty darn well. And I think that's really just because Chime is a really good shot, first of all, but that also allows for a little bit more pressure to kind of work up into the air. And nice yawn you had going there.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I was
the
like,
timing on that
I was
one.
just stretching,
Stretch
you know?
Stretch it out. But no, Chime definitely picking this Ashe is not only trying to dismantle Scissors from the air on being on that Echo, but is also trying to just lay into the damage onto that Roadhog. Roadhog doesn't have any damage mitigation abilities. Roadhog just kind of goes.
Heals.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also too, worth mentioning, Infected has actually swapped onto the Orisa as well. I talked about earlier how Orisa can kind of stand in as that rush style, and I do think that King's Row is a great rush composition map. So Infected being on this Orisa kind of makes sense to me as well. Let's see how it goes. Opia changed it over to the Sigma. Okay, we're getting some swaps.
Okay, I mean, Opia on the attack, we've seen him use the Sigma before. I feel like it's just so tough using the Sigma because you need to recall the shield so often. And now here is that javelin spin, right, that negates so much damage, and both of them are trying to get a little bit more shields from that damage mitigation. It's just like tank v tank, but Opia has decided, I'm going to turn around and try and take out the DPSs. It's not going to work out. Kryix, I feel like off the back of that pause, not really the greatest scenario to be in when you don't really know where the momentum is going. The Chime, once again, having such a good shot, and it's actually a Hanzo from Scissors.
Oh my goodness!
That was a nice shot.
Oh man, uninstall the game right there, Chime, because that was an unbelievable arrow just flying through, and that's going to open things up here. Okay, Continuing Rush going to be coming through. Scissors good for yet another one. A Continuing Rush good to match it, but actually, too, this is going to be more than enough. Oh, never mind. Scissors in a really bad spot. Infected able to win that one out, and now has that Terror Surge online, but probably will keep that one in their back pocket, as it does look like Kryix will be winning it out. Traditionally, Infected, a very big Reinhardt player, so it's very fun to see Infected playing this Orisa now, and honestly is looking really good with those spears.
Yeah, I mean, the spear's ability to make space, kind of similar to, you know, the Jagged Knife
we get the
from
replay.
Junker Queen. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was such a nice shot from Scissors, especially since Hanzo is a projectile DPS, which are just harder than hit scan DPSs in general. And now we have that Dragon Strike up, we have the Overclock, Graphitic Flux, and the only one not up is that Kitsune Rush, and oh, they're going for it. They're going to go for the Dragon Strike and the Terra Surge at the same time. So many ultimates expended in this fight. Graphitic Flux, Sound Barrier on both sides, and even the Bob. But now Scissors coming out on top again. This Hanzo is somehow an answer to everything that Rizz Academy is dishing out. And it's another kill onto Chime with the headshot as well. Scissors, someone check this man's PC.
Wow, listen, Hanzo's the answer because he can find those one-tap headshots, completely keeping the enemy team in check. We're seeing Rizz Academy desperately try and search around for a composition that's going to help them work out, and it looks like they are going back to the monkey. Chime, oh boy, this is so bad. Scissors has been absolutely unstoppable on this Hanzo just yet. Take me back to Overwatch League last season. We're seeing some unbelievable Hanzo plays to just swing maps around, but okay, Infected now back onto the Orisa. They're really trying to make anything stick.
Ooh, okay. Well, it seems like they have made the wise decision to not peek Scissors, but it doesn't matter. Amazing also has the overclock. Oh, but Chime, is it going to be able to snipe them out? Hanbei, what in the world?
Okay, you know, we were talking a lot about how this Hanzo was such an impact maker, but you know who else kind of has projectiles? Well,
his cousin.
Here we go. Hanbei, it's going great. And, yeah, okay, this is, I did not expect to see a lot of these heroes on the board right now. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, I definitely did not expect this at all. But this is really interesting, you know? It's like they are really trying to adapt to one another, and now both Kitsune Rushes are out. Storm Arrow not doing anything for Scissors, and it doesn't look like Rizz Academy, they are just tearing through Kryix with this team composition, and I feel like that's the thing, right? That's the thing about Hanzo. As soon as someone gets on top of you, where are you gonna go?
Yep. And that's why we see this Winston being played yet again. Infected has more or less proven that he's extremely good at this Winston, and that's going to really keep Scissors in check, as well as Ryan Mazing. We've seen him check Ryan Mazing before, but now this Hanzo might be a little bit of a different story. Really close as well, getting that Primal Rage online. Sees Ryan Mazing go for it, goes in for the hop, pushes him off the high ground. Very important here as Scissors gets ready. Dragon Strike ready for it, is somehow able to get that arrow. Are you kidding me? Chime though.
Oh my god.
Doesn't matter. Pummy sent back to spawn. Unbelievable Hanzo plays here. And now this could be Kryix with an opportunity to send this thing home.
Ooh, the dot from the dynamite though, and now we have Primal Rage online. Infected. What is this? I think there's just so much damage being dished out from that back line, right? You have that Kiriko just spamming down on the kunais, and now it's just, that was just insane.
This is probably the most exciting game of Overwatch 2 I have ever worked. This is unbelievable what we're seeing between these two teams. A lot of ultimates online for Kryix. Rizz Academy getting quite a few of their own. That Bob could be the difference maker here. The Dragon Strike going to be coming out first. It doesn't matter. Scissors gets Pummy as well. Oh no, send that one back. It's going to be a sound barrier as well coming in order to try and make that one happen. Tell me that Scissors actually landed that arrow. It doesn't matter. It's going to be the Bob on the point that is really making things a lot more contestable. Finally a Monkey to be hopping in on top, but a Gravitic Flux to try and even that one out. Infected goes down, and now it's going to be free range for Scissors to be able to move things forwards. Look at this, Opia getting so far forwards into their spawn. Looking for Pummy as well. Finds that pick, and that's going to be a really long stagger here, so this should be Kryix able to turn things around. Infected going for the Diva. It really is Hero Roulette. Two Kitsune charges going to be coming in as well, but Infected gets taken out of mech immediately and taken out. Now it is just Pummy, but that's going to be it. Kryix coming out with a superior time bank. But Tala, I am almost at a loss of words if it wasn't my job for what we are witnessing right now.
I mean, okay, how did Rizz Academy get more seconds? Wasn't it 35 seconds before?
Oh, yeah. But the lower time bank always gets set to 1 minute. So you always have at least a minute, and then the other team, the additional time just gets added on top of that minute. So Kryix did win it out by an additional 12 seconds, so they have 1 minute and 12 seconds in their time bank.
Nice. Well, I absolutely just forgot that. So
I got you.
So now, I mean, we have Chime once again, early Widowmaker. Let's see, find a shot. No.
I imagine we're gonna see that first little lookout, but I don't know whether or not that's gonna be a good headshot, because I think that Kryix will be a little bit wiser to it. Interestingly enough, Scissors is going to be sticking on this Hanzo pick, but you know what? When the arrows are finding their marks, then why would you swap off of it? Able to just get that one tap headshot consistently.
It was just so clean. What we saw as soon as right out the door, you have Hanzo hitting all of these nice headshots, and it's from when you're at a point where you're struggling as well as a team. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any shots to be found from Chime, unfortunately. And that Widow is going to be switched off of. Here's the Hanzo once again, trying to see if they can find something new, but they're just not peeking. Oh, except for Infected, but you can't one-shot the tank.
And look at how fast Rizz Academy are in order to just swarm on top of them. Kryix doing a really good job of backing off here, but they are giving up a little bit of percentage, which is going to be key for Rizz Academy to keep themselves alive. They already got one more tick. Now they're going to be moving in, looking for that back line, but still Scissors is just lying down so much damage. Chime goes down first, looking for more value with these arrows. It doesn't matter. Opia is doing more than enough work on the Sigma, as the team is going to be falling down. There are only 10 seconds left. We will have a touch here to activate overtime, but Rizz Academy are going to be nice and spread out unless Chime goes down. Chime got extremely low, but did have that recall. Nobody comes in for the touch. Okay, yes, we do actually see Pummy make their way in here. Infected going in next, able to collapse on top of Scissors, as now this is going to be a even fight. Never mind, Infected goes down. Kryix looking like they're in a great position to potentially close down this push right here. And if they do that, then it's going to be a lot easier for them in this next part. Hanbei goes down to the Disruptor shot. The sound barrier comes in just for good measure as Chime falls as well. So does the overtime wick. Kryix, win condition established. They need a tick and a bit, and they will be winning that $1,500 prize.
Yeah, Kryix, I mean, they've actually struggled a little bit more historically to get onto the point in the first place, that very first point early. But at the same time, they've taken out the Hanzo. And I think the thing about this Hanzo is that you paired it with a Sigma. Not a lot of tanks have really good peel for their DPSs, and you kind of do expect the DPSs to have some sort of self-peel, especially for someone like Hanzo who has that wall climb. But other than that, his abilities are a sonar arrow and like the storm arrow, and you can't really get anyone off you with that. And the wall climb isn't fast enough either for you to be able to get out of a position quick enough if a Winston jumps on you. So you need that Sigma, you need the accretion to be able to stun and knock those players back. And I guess you also have Lucio with a little bit of peel for that DPS, but other than that, you have to be really, really aware of how you're positioning.
Let's see how this one goes. 1 minute and 12 seconds. It is enough time to get 2 good team fights in. So if Kryix lose the first one, they have to be fast to disengage to make sure that they fully get that second. Oh, never mind. It's just over 2 ticks. Will allow Kryix to win. Win condition right in front of them here. Scissors already out on the Hanzo, looking for them. Oh, the monkey has to escape, and already they're making their way on to point. Rizz Academy will have to try and contest them, but they're staying nice and hidden. That's a nice headshot onto Infected. Scissors being kept alive here as it's just an all-out brawl. Scissors falling so low. Pummy actually able to win that one out. Next up, Infected falling extremely low, but is able to be kept alive until Elk comes through. It is going to be Rizz Academy holding on to it just for a second, but it's still 4v4. Opia finding Chime. That might have been it. Rymazing finds Hanbei as well, and now there's not enough heals for Rizz Academy to come through. They have to stall this one out. 30 seconds left on the clock. Someone has to come in to contest this point. Otherwise, it is just going to fall in. Oh, the accretion stops Infected mid-jump. And just like that, Kryix win out our grand finals of the Jack Link's Wild Side Rumble series. What an amazing, honestly, 4 maps we've seen from both of these teams.
Yeah, that was such a good series out of both of them. It was so close every single time, and well, look at Magic Mate Ball, just, you know, with the sound barrier, keeping the team alive. Both of these teams just played it incredibly well, and I think at the very end, it was the DPS adjustments, right? They weren't going to switch off the Kiriko and the Lucio, but they did switch off the tanks a few times. I feel like Opia a few times was a huge change maker and difference maker with the Roadhog. I don't think the Orisa made a huge difference, but definitely we saw the Echo come out from Chimes. We saw Tracer on Scissors, and that was just, both of those were really good adjustments at the very end. The Hanzo came in real clutch for the second round when Kryix was trying to push on King's Row, but then it was just really, really oppressive, I feel like, in that one round.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that Hanzo pick from Pummy was, I mean, not Pummy, sorry, from Scissors was just finding people left and right. And just like that, Kryix are your Wild Side Rumble champions, being able to secure that $1,500 for the team. But Rizz Academy, they still get $750, which is really good for them. But you know what? If I learned anything today, it's that we don't only have to just play dive compositions, and that was made extremely clear by Kryix. The amount of adjustments that were kind of going in between these two teams was absolutely insanity, Tala.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it just literally felt like we were watching Mystery Heroes at some point. Like, we saw the Sombra, and then we're like, okay, let's go the Echo. How about Ashe? How about Tracer? I don't know, maybe a Soldier 76 thrown in there? Like, I don't know. They just felt like they really needed to make adjustments because they were so closely matched. And at the end of the day, the adjustments from Kryix, I felt, were a little bit better because they weren't really afraid to go out of meta. Since Overwatch 2 came out, shield tanks have been definitely a lot less meta than they were in Overwatch because you wanted one shield tank and one off tank. But because they weren't afraid to kind of go for the Sigma, who isn't really a meta, and you can kind of like shield dance around that. Meanwhile, Winston does have a shield, but he more uses it to dive than he really does to like shield dance and block damage. So I think that it was just that amount of creativity and that amount of not being afraid to adjust.
Absolutely, and just like that, we are all wrapped up for today. So we got to give some quick shout-outs for all the people working behind the scenes. We've got Jordan, who was our lead producer, Dazrin, who was doing the assistant production, working on the staff and the replays, all that type of stuff. Gavin, who organized the event. Suplex and Blunt are wonderful observers, and of course, myself and Tala, who are casting it. You can find our Twitter handles just down below if you enjoyed this one. I've got one last piece of beef jerky here, actually. So big shout-out to Jacklinks. Go to jacklinks.ca for all of the different variety of things, and toss exclamation mark jerky in the chat one more time for me. But while I'm snacking on this, Tala, do you have any final words for us?
I don't know. This was a really, really great, tournament, and I'm really glad we got to see Rizz Academy and Kryix in that grand final. It's actually, I think, the first one we saw in stream that wasn't just flat out 2-0, 3-0, and that was really refreshing as well. And I definitely like to see that they had to make adjustments that weren't meta because the meta wasn't working, and that was just really fun to watch.
All right, and with that, thank you guys so much for tuning in to the Jacklinks Wildside Rumble, and have a good night. Once again, congratulations to Kryix, great stuff, and let's see some more Overwatch too. That was a lot of fun. We'll see you guys later, and have a great rest of your weekend, everyone.
Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks jerky made with 100% beef.